Good evening. I'd like to call the order of the Emeryville Planning Commission for Thursday, July 28th, 2016. Director Bryant, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Banta?
Here.
We are expecting Commissioner Bowders in a little bit. Commissioner Cardoza?
Here.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Kang?
Present.
And Vice Chair Keller.
Here.
We have a quorum of 5 commissioners present.
Thank you. Our next order of business is to elect our new officers. At this time, would anyone like to make a nomination for the chair and vice chair?
I would nominate Vice Chair Keller as the chair and Commissioner Cardoza as the vice chair.
Do I have a second nomination?
I will second that nomination.
Okay, hearing no other alternative nomination, we'll do a second on that first nomination. And would that be by acclamation?
Okay with me?
All right?
Director Bryant, I believe that's it.
That's fine. So congratulations to Chair Keller and Vice Chair Cardoza.
Yeah, thanks.
So Chair Keller will preside for the remainder of the meeting.
Alrighty, it's at this time we'd like to offer time for public comment, and this is for items that are not appearing on tonight's agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? And we have a 3-minute time limit.
Won't take that long. This is off topic. Sharon Wilshire, Emeryville Celebration of the Arts. And I just thought that with a full house tonight, and also those of you on the dais and staff, that I'd make a pitch for the 30th Annual Art Exhibition and any suggestions or offers of a site for the show. We have the biggest show ever, 124 artists this year. So anyway, maybe something will tumble down just from announcing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak or address the commission?
Hello. I'm here to speak about something that's not necessarily in the purview of the Planning Commission, but people in Emeryville should be aware of this. Last year, the Emeryville police shot and killed a woman with a AR-15 assault rifle. After that, a lot of citizens rose up. They were concerned about this new weapon that Emeryville police have been issued in their day-to-day beats. They're driving around with these new AR-15 assault weapons. And so citizens started asking, about this. They were concerned. But the city of Emeryville sort of swooped in and spent city resources to tell people in Emeryville, in an official capacity, that the city of Emeryville has determined that AR-15 rifles are just normal sporting rifles. They're not assault rifles, what the city of Emeryville has determined. And they've spent money going around to different official committees telling, the police chief has been going around telling people this. The city's conclusion that they are not assault rifles runs counter to the state of California, which says that they are assault rifles. AR-15s by Colt, the same guns that our police are now carrying, are assault rifles according to the state of California. The National Rifle Association agrees with the city of Emeryville that they're not assault rifles. I think the people of Emeryville deserve to know how is it that the city of Emeryville has determined that these guns are not assault rifles. How is it that the city of Emeryville knows that something that the state of California doesn't know, that they're not assault rifles? And I think that's a legitimate question, and they're really super high-powered guns, and a lot of people have legitimate concern about this. And I think we are owed an explanation as to why the city has determined officially that these guns are not assault rifles. And I'll just leave the comment there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Charlie, do we have enough on the commission to approve our action items for
Action recap?
Or the action recap? Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Donaldson was absent from the last meeting, but I believe the rest of you were there, so that's sufficient to approve the action recap.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I so move.
And I abstain. So.
I'll second.
Okay. Is that without objection?
Without objection.
Okay.
One abstention.
Right.
Okay, and then can we have the director's report, please?
Certainly. First, with regard to City Council actions, they have met twice since your last meeting, on July 5th and July 19th. On July 5th, the Council held a study session on a proposed ordinance to add a provision for administrative citations to the municipal code and directed staff to prepare such an ordinance. This will facilitate the abatement of code enforcement cases, and the city manager's contract was approved for an additional 2 years. On July 19th, the Council held a study session on short-term rentals. The Council generally agreed with the Housing Committee's recommendation that short-term rentals should be allowed in smaller owner-occupied buildings. Although the committee had recommended up to 4 units, the Council was willing to consider larger buildings, possibly up to 20 units. They directed staff to survey the older residential neighborhoods to determine what properties would be affected by this. A second City Council study session is tentatively scheduled for October 18th to be followed by a Planning Commission public hearing in December. The mayor issued a proclamation recognizing the efforts of the various city staff and other agencies who responded to the 6-alarm fire that occurred on July 6th at the intersection project at 3800 San Pablo Avenue. As you may know, this project was approved by the Planning Commission in August of 2013, and it was under construction. The developer, Rick Holliday, has stated that he intends to rebuild. Fortunately, the older Moz building, which is the commercial part of the project, appears to be relatively undamaged. The Council approved a contract with Four Leaf Incorporated to provide building inspection services for the next 2 fiscal years. The Council approved a noise waiver for weekend repaving of the Griffles parking lot east of Horton Street and south of 53rd Street, and changed the start time from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. On appeal, the Council reversed the Planning Commission's approval of Stanford's application to build a canopy over the sidewalk at 5800 Hollis Street and upheld the Commission's approval of the building signage. So they denied the canopy and they approved the building signs. The Commission's approval, as you may recall, was on May 26th, and the Council voted to appeal this on June 7th. The vote was 3-2, with Council members Asher, Atkin, and Davis voting in favor of denial of the canopy, and Vice Mayor Donahue and Mayor Martinez voting against denial of the canopy. Finally, the Council commented on Plan Bay Area 2040, which is the alternative scenarios for the sustainable community strategy being developed by ABAG and MTC. You may recall you reviewed these a couple of meetings ago, I think, maybe at your last meeting. The Council generally liked aspects of scenarios 2 and 3, which is development along transit corridors and in the 3 largest cities, including a bus lane on the Bay Bridge and bus rapid transit on San Pablo Avenue. Okay. In other news, I just want to remind you once again that the Board of Appeals meeting to consider the hearing panel's recommendations concerning 1264 Ocean Avenue will be held on Tuesday, August 23rd, 2 days before the Planning Commission's regular August meeting, here at 6:30 p.m. here in the Council chambers. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Okay, now if we could have the disclosures of conflicts and conflicts of interest and ex parte communications.
I've met with Mr. Kevin Na from Lennar, Mr. Josh Townsend from Craig Communications, Mr. Scott Donahue. Give me a second here. Mr. Mike McConnell, Mr. Paul Germain, and Ms. Sharon Wilcher.
Unfortunately, I have to recuse myself from the items on the agenda tonight because I work for a company that does business with Lennar, and I will be having to leave the room, so I will be heading out. I'll be watching it, though.
Oh, I'm sure.
I had a meeting with Lennar.
I also met with 2 representatives from the Lennar team and also from the Park Committee, Paul Germain.
And I met with Kevin Ma of Lamar on Wednesday, the 27th.
And I would like to announce also on Commissioner Bowder's behalf, he has asked me to report that he has a potential conflict of interest for both of the items on tonight's agenda because his residence is within 500 feet of the project site. However, he will be stepping down from the dais and participating in these items as a member of the public.
Very good. Okay, so that'll bring us to our first item, the Sherwin-Williams Development Project, recommendation to certify the CIR. Can we have the staff presentation, please?
Good evening, Commission. I'm Miru Desai, the project manager for this project. I'd like to sort of tell you, first of all, how our presentation will follow. I'll give a few brief introductory statements. This will be followed by a presentation by LSA, who's the consultant who prepared the final EIR for this project, and that will be followed by final statements by the Assistant City Attorney, Andrea. So first of all, I would like to state, and this is more for the benefit of the community and those who are watching us and may have joined late, as to why there are just 4 of you instead of 7 of you on the dais. So to explain that, we have 1 vacancy. The second one, as Commissioner Donaldson mentioned just now, she has a conflict due to her firm, which does business with Lennar, and this requires her to recuse herself. She's not permitted to provide comments in any capacity, and she needs to leave the room. The second commissioner, Commissioner Bowders, needs to recuse himself because of his proximity, his residential proximity to the site. This allows him to stay within the council chambers and provide comments as a citizen. So that's why there are 4 of you. This constitutes a quorum. So when the voting takes place, if there is a 2-2 tie, that means that the recommendation to the City Council will be no recommendation from the Planning Commission. That is in the event of a 2-2 tie. A vote of 3 carries the recommendation to the City Council. So what are you going to be acting on? You're going to be acting on the action is a recommendation to the council, and what you're going to be acting on is to certify the final EIR. So what this means is that you are saying by approving or certifying the final EIR, you're saying that the document is adequate and reflects the independent judgment of this commission. Finally, what is not in front of you is adoption of the mitigation measures reporting program and adoption of the overriding statement of consideration. These 2 items will be in front of you when the project is up for consideration, not at this time. Finally, I would like to direct your attention. We received 4 letters in the last week. They were all emailed to you, and you have hard copies in front of you as well. There are a few copies just outside for members of the public. With this, I will hand over the presentation to Amy Fisher of the LSA Associates. So I'm just going to
Chair Keller?
Yes.
If I may, this might be a good time just to announce that you do not intend to use speaker cards tonight,
That's correct.
and that speakers should simply sign in on the sign-in sheet after they have spoken and can speak in whatever order they come up to the podium.
Correct.
And there will be a 3-minute time limit on all speakers, correct?
Correct. And we'll discuss that when we open the public comment.
Okay.
Okay, great. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Amy Fisher, and I'm a principal and an air quality specialist at LSA Associates. I am filling in today for Judith Malamut, who is the project manager and the principal in charge of this project. She's on a previously scheduled vacation today, so I'll be filling in for her with this presentation. So just to give you an overview, this slide provides the overview of tonight's presentation. We'll go over the project, discuss the CEQA process and timeline, final EIR findings, and discuss the next steps. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to consider the Sherwin-Williams Development Project Final EIR, which includes the draft EIR plus response to comments document for recommendation for certification. The purpose is also to take additional public comment, and finally to make a recommendation on certification of the final EIR to the City Council. This slide shows the general location and existing site conditions. The site is generally bound by Horton Street to the east, Sherwin Avenue to the south, and the Union Pacific Railroad tracks to the west. The approximately 10-acre site consists of 2 parcels, a successor agency city parcel, which is 1.5 acres, and a Sherwin-Williams Company-owned parcel, which is 8.5 acres. Some more project information. The 2 development scenarios, option A and option B, were identified and are evaluated in this draft EIR. Option A, in exchange for the property interest, which is a land swap, the successor agency-owned city parcel would be developed with the residential uses, and to the east would be developed with the public park. Under option B, the city would retain the ownership of the successor agency-owned parcel, and it would be developed as a public park. Both options include 540 dwelling units, 94,600 square feet of commercial uses, and 154,202 square feet of parks and open space, including an extension of the Emeryville Greenway and Bay Trail. The project would include structured parking. Option A would have 982 spaces, while option B would have 929 spaces. This slide shows the CEQA process and timeline that we've been following. The notice of preparation was issued in January 2014, and then moving down this list to tonight, we're here before the Planning Commission for consideration of the final EIR. So this slide describes just the general contents of the draft environmental impact report. And then this slide shows the topics that were included and evaluated in the draft EIR. It was a comprehensive EIR, and all of the issue topics were evaluated. The next few slides present the key findings of the draft EIR. This slide identifies all of the CEQA topics for which no significant or only less than significant adverse impacts were identified. And those were for land use, population, housing, and employment, greenhouse gas emissions, public services and recreation, utilities and infrastructure, and visual resources. This slide identifies all of the CEQA topics for which significant impacts were identified, but all the impacts could be reduced to a less than significant level with the recommended mitigation measures. So this slide identifies 2 significant adverse and unavoidable transportation impacts that may occur under the cumulative with project conditions. So these impacts relate to an increase in traffic on Horton and increased queuing on San Pablo and 40th Street. And these would apply to both option A and option B. This slide identifies significant and adverse and unavoidable cultural resource impact that may occur during construction. Okay, so on to project alternatives. The CEQA guidelines require the analysis of a range of reasonable alternatives to the project or to the location of the project that would feasibly attain the project's basic overall objectives and avoid or substantially lessen any of the significant effects of the project. So the range of all alternatives required in an EIR is governed by the rule of reason that requires the EIR to set forth only those alternatives necessary to permit a reasoned choice. CEQA states that an EIR should not consider alternatives whose effect cannot be ascertained and whose implementation is remote and speculative. The draft EIR contained an extensive analysis of project alternatives, and this slide summarizes the 4 that were evaluated in the draft EIR. The response to comments document was published in June 2016, and this slide identifies what that document included as required by CEQA. So the document included a list of commenters, 3 master responses, individual responses to each CEQA comment with each letter, and text revisions to the draft EIR. We wanted to go over some of the clarifications that were made in the response to comments document. These revisions to mitigation measure trans 9 further clarify what is required of the applicant to reduce potential traffic impacts during construction. And these revisions, language was added to limit the hours of truck deliveries and would also require noticing for any lane closures. There was also, in addition to mitigation measure Air 2, this revision further clarifies the building design specifications that would be necessary to reduce the indoor air impacts. This measure is added to mitigation measure GO1 at the request of DTSC to ensure that the existing remediation systems remain unaffected during construction. And these additions to Hydro 1B just include some additional treatment measures for stormwater. Revisions to mitigation measure hazard 2A were included at the request of DTSC for the Sherwin-Williams parcel to reduce health risk levels to future residents of the project site related to indoor air quality. And this would apply to option A and option B. And they're related to vapor intrusion. And then similarly, the revisions to mitigation measure hazard 2B were included also at the request of DTSC for the successor agency parcel to reduce health impacts for future residents of the project site related to indoor air quality also. And that would be for option A only. So, upon review of the draft EIR and the response to comments document, the task of the Planning Commission and the City Council will be to determine whether the EIR provided adequate information regarding the impacts of the project sufficient to allow the City Council to certify the final EIR and make an informed decision about the project. The final EIR consists of the draft EIR, the response to comments document, RTC, which includes the comments received on the draft EIR during the public comment period, responses to comments received on the draft EIR, changes, clarifications, and corrections to the draft EIR, either as a result of the comments received or through staff-initiated changes. So the next steps tonight, obviously, we have the Planning Commission to consider the recommendation and certification of the final EIR to the City Council. It's also the Planning Commission study session on the project. And in August 16th would be the City Council hearing to consider certification of the EIR. And September 6th, 2016, the City Council study session on the proposed project, and then September through November 2016, Planning Commission and City Council public hearings to consider approval of the proposed project. So thank you. You know, like I said, I am the air quality and noise specialist with LSA, and I also have with me Catherine Tellez of Farron Pierce, who can answer any questions related to traffic impacts, and also Jim Adebeck from Baseline, who can answer questions related to hazardous materials, geological, and hydrological issues, respectively. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Are there any questions for staff or the, oh, you're going to give yours, I'm sorry. It's a little out of the ordinary.
Yes, it is.
Just go down.
Just go down. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Not that far down.
I know. Okay. So I'm here to sort of wrap up what's ahead of you as you consider this item. The Planning Commission's role tonight is to make a recommendation to the City Council regarding the, oops, sorry, this isn't in.
From current slide.
Current slide.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. How do I?
Here, okay.
Okay.
Okay, just push the button down for the next one.
Basically, the Planning Commission's role tonight is to make a recommendation to the City Council regarding FEIR certification. EIR certification is whether the city has complied with a process. Therefore, the Planning Commission's deliberation and final recommendation on this item should focus on CEQA. Deliberations about the merits of the project proposed should be saved for the next item on tonight's meeting. With respect to making the finding as to whether the city has complied with the CEQA process, some questions to help guide the Commission's deliberation is whether the environmental impacts have been adequately identified and analyzed, and have the comments received during the comment period on the merits of the DEIR been adequately addressed. And as you may note, there is a difference in opinion, and difference in opinions are acceptable. However, the opinion relied upon by the city on any issue must be based on substantial evidence, must have taken the other position into account, and then offered a reasonable analysis as to why the other position should be rejected. It may be that the Commission finds that there are two equally valid but different opinions. In this situation, the Planning Commission may make a recommendation based on either opinion. And finally, the Planning Commission needs to make a finding that the FEIR reflects the city's independent judgment and analysis. And we just wanted to clarify about the comments that have been received after the close of the official comment period. The city has received 4 letters on the city's response to comments. Copies of those letters have been made available to the public. There are copies here tonight. They've also been handed off to the Planning Commission. For comments received after the close of the comment period, the city does not have an obligation to respond to each comment received in the same manner as responding to comments that are received during the official comment period on the DEIR. But with that said, staff has reviewed the comments to date and have found that no new issues have been raised. As LSA has indicated, there's staff here, technical consultants available to answer any specific questions the Commission might have about any of the comments, either the 4 comments that I just referenced or any of the comments that the Commission hears tonight. And so with that, staff's presentation is concluded. And this slide was going to be left up to help the Commission with its deliberations.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Now, are there any questions of staff or the consultant from the Commission?
I have some questions for the regarding the traffic analysis, and that would probably be directed towards the consultant who conducted that study.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Tellez, and I'm with Fair and Peers.
Great, thank you very much. Catherine, maybe you can help me understand the basis on which the study was conducted, the criteria that was applied to the project itself. For example, can you tell me what the parking count per unit was that you used for your analysis of the proposed project?
Well, the parking count that we considered in the analysis is the parking code requirement, or the parking code that will be required of the project.
And that's the current parking code as opposed to the previous parking code, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So that is basically with parking per unit plus guest equals approximately 1 space per unit, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, was the project considered to be a transit-oriented development? And did it have applied to it any of the credits or discounts, as it were, that might be associated with such a development?
Yes, it's considered to be a transit-accessible project. It's within close proximity to a number of transit routes. And from those transit routes, there's over 300,000 jobs available within a 30-minute transit ride.
And the transit-accessible development, is that how you put it?
Yes.
And that differs from a transit-oriented development, is that correct?
Correct.
And
So in that, there's not transit immediately at the site, but it is within close proximity.
So the transit-oriented development would have greater credits, as it were, associated with it?
Correct.
Okay. And can you characterize how the transit accessible, if that's what the word is, development differs from a project that does not have that kind of status?
Well, a project that is a far distance away from transit, we most likely would not have considered a transit discount from the overall vehicular trip generation.
And what sort of discount are we talking about?
We assumed about a 10 to 15% trip reduction for proximity to transit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before Catherine sits down, is there any other questions regarding traffic?
How much of an impact does the as yet unbuilt 16-story Novartis office building have on the traffic? Is that included in your?
Yes, it is. We included a cumulative scenario that includes the build-out of that campus.
Is that a major impact?
Yes, it does change things fairly significantly.
Is it equal or more than the Sherwin-Williams site impact?
So it's slightly more than what the Sherwin-Williams site would impact, particularly on the bicycle boulevards.
Thank you, Catherine. Commissioner Banta, did you have any questions for anyone else on staff?
I don't at this time, thanks.
Commissioner King, you're good? Alrighty, we're good. So that closes the staff presentation and the commissioner questions. So at this point, we will be opening the meeting up to public comment. Before we get to that point, generally we give each speaker 3 minutes. And what I'd like to do is there has been a request to share minutes, and so I would like to ask the commissioners if they care to allow that one speaker is going to speak for several people, or if we want to keep it to our standard procedure of 3 minutes per each speaker.
Does that need to be in the form of a motion? Or
Not a formal motion, I'm just getting a straw poll of what we feel we want to do.
I'm fine with that.
I think it's a good idea.
You're fine?
I recuse myself.
Okay, so that being said, we're going to do that, but as the chair, I'm going to make a decision. Just, I feel it's important that we hear from the public, the people who live in this community. So I am going to agree with the commission that we will allow some people to give up their minutes to another speaker. I'm going to limit that. I'd like to have a speaker at the podium for no more than 12 minutes, so that means the speaker and 3 other residents can give up their time. And at that moment, I'd like the 3 other residents that are giving up their time to stand with the person and understand that they don't get any other time to make a comment themselves. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for public comment. First speaker? Am I seeing none? I will close this if someone doesn't come up to the...
I'll start. My name is Mike
Charlie,
McConnell.
will you start the clock, please?
I'm Mike McConnell. I live at 1500 Park Avenue. I've lived here for 11 years, and it's my home. When we moved here, we decided this was going to be our last home. We're going to retire here. We are retired. And I want to stay here. I want this place to be livable and stay livable. We started meeting with the developers more than 2 years ago, a group of people from our Emeryville warehouse lofts, because we don't want to get to the position where you're behind the 8 ball saying, no, don't do this, don't do this. You want to get involved early. I will say that we have been working really hard with Sherwin-Williams. We have made a lot of progress, I think, with Sherwin-Williams developers. They've adopted in the PDP, the presentation you're going to see in the second half of the meeting, many of the recommendations we've made. So the central subject at this point is the environmental impact report. I decided not to reread War and Peace this year. Instead, I read the full EIR. I did not read all of the response to comments, but basically the stakes are so high for those who live in the neighborhood that each of the HOAs of the 4 groups around the neighborhood have selected members to represent their groups, with the exception of the Emeryville warehouse lofts, which the HOA wants to stay out of this, but they work with us, and we have people who've kind of nominated themselves. So we meet regularly with our residents. We put drawings on the walls. We take comments all weekend, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's been a lot of work done. So I want you to know that Park is not a opposition group. We're all of the people who live adjacent to this development. We want a great development. We really do. I will say that I am not capable of knowing if an MXD plus or transit-oriented versus transit whatever, is the appropriate standard. I do know that the assumptions drive everything. You can prove anything with figures if your assumptions are one way or the other. So what we did is all 4 HOAs independently hired consultants to evaluate the EIR on our behalf, not to oppose it, to tell us what they found inside, tell us if we should be worried about anything. So so I beg you to listen to the people who we hired. Consider whether you know whether the FEI Fair and Peers report is accurate, or whether the considerations that we have come up with, the concerns we have, are valid concerns. No one is saying don't build this project. We really want it done. We want it to be a great project. It's got to have really powerful traffic mitigation. It's got to have that. And right now we don't see it. So with that said,
Thank you. Before the next speaker comes up, I did want to clarify that this moment of, I'm sorry?
You're supposed to sign in.
Oh, yeah, we do ask you to sign in on the clipboard. Okay. So back to is that we do get the final testimony regarding the final environmental impact report, and we ask that the testimony be limited to the adequacy of the response to comments received. And out of respect for the commission and everyone in the audience, I'm going to really ask that people stick to their 3 minutes. When the buzzer goes off, finish your sentence, not your thought, not your paragraph. Finish your sentence and let the next person speak, okay? So with that, we'll have the next speaker.
Richard Grassetti, Principal Grassetti Environmental Consulting, and these are my minutes.
The backup
these are
singers?
These are my minuets.
So Charlie, this will be 12 minutes? Okay.
12. If I can do it quicker, I will. So just a brief introduction to my background. I've been writing and reviewing EIRs for 32 years, worked at LSA for 6 years in the 80s and 90s. I teach professional workshops, a couple of them every year, on how to do CEQA correctly. I taught at Cal State East Bay for 15 years on their environmental impact assessment classes, and this has been my career, for better or worse. And we've also, along with me, there's Joe Light, who's going to talk a little later, who's a former city planner from the city of Richmond, and Pang Ho, the traffic engineer who did the traffic analysis, is not here, but I'll summarize some of his comments, and I think other speakers also will. We submitted 2 sets of comments prior to the final EIR coming out. We submitted comments on the notice of preparation and again on the draft EIR. The majority of those comments have not, in my opinion, been adequately responded to, either through incorporation into the draft EIR or into the comments and response document. And I'll go through just a few of the items. I did also prepare a 24-page letter summarizing some of the issues that we have with the final EIR. I basically ran out of time, didn't go through every single response to comments, but I looked at the responses to my comments and to Park's comments, and there's a lot of issues. So what I'm going to go through is why I think the EIR is, in my professional opinion, deficient. And there's a number of major categories. There's lack of information that's necessary to identify impacts. There's deferral of analysis that is, in my opinion, impermissible. There's a lot of overly optimistic assumptions in the document. There are some unverifiable conclusions. There is a failure to account for expert opinion. And a failure to adequately respond to comments. So I'm going to, and just before I go into that, I'll just mention that CEQA, the whole process of CEQA is a show us process. It's not a trust us process. It's, you know, there's a lot of places in this document where it says, trust us, we'll fix this, we'll make sure everything's okay in design review or in some sort of future TDM plan or something of that sort. That's not the way CEQA works. You do the impact analysis is supposed to show the public how the impacts have been reduced to less than significant, or if they're not reduced to less than significant, that they're still significant. So let me go through a couple of items. Project description, we have repeatedly requested a number of items on project description that we think are necessary to do the impact analysis correctly. We have a meta issue here of what is the project. New project description came in at the same time as the final EIR came out. The project that was described by the consultants is, the two alternatives that are described by the consultants are not the project that is currently going to be reviewed by you after this session closes. So you've got an EIR that's on some other projects. They're similar, their square footages are similar, the number of units are different, the number of parking spaces is different, the unit mixes are different, but we don't know what the unit mixes on any of them are because the EIR, despite us repeatedly requesting the unit mixes, would never tell us how many units were 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom. We don't know if they're rental units or condo units. We don't know the size of the units. We don't know how many units are in each building. And then we see a lot of this is important to figure out the population generated by the project, which a lot of impacts rely on the population. But we don't know that because we don't know the unit mix. So instead, the EIR just says, well, it's going to be the same as the average population of Emeryville, per unit of Emeryville. We don't know if that's true or not. We can't verify it because there's no unit mix to be able to verify it. That affects many different things, but I'll go into traffic, which is one of the things it affects. First thing in traffic is the city has a general plan. City's general plan replaces level of service criteria of significance with a quality of service metric. But the quality of service metric was never developed. So you got rid of your significance criteria of the level of service, but you never adopted a new significance criteria. So then the EIR says, well, the traffic is not significant because there's no criteria. The lack of a criteria is not lack of significance, but it is in this EIR. Then you've got this overly aggressive trip generation reduction through this MXD plus model. And it's assuming a 40% reduction in trips compared to the standard Institute of Transportation Engineering trip generation. But if you look even at the sample projects that were provided, and if you look at the recommendations, even in the MXD models, that says 30 to 40%, and here we've got the most aggressive, 40%. But there's no transit stop at the site. When you underestimate the amount of traffic, you underestimate the amount of air pollutants, greenhouse gases, traffic-generated noise, and those sorts of impacts. Now, a lot of the traffic reduction is based on some sort of transportation demand management plan, a TDM plan. Now, there was no TDM plan in the draft EIR. The final EIR, the applicant submitted one, but it's never been reviewed by anybody. We have no idea how effective it's going to be, and it's very vague. There's case law that says you can't do that. Traffic mitigation fees are not tied to physical mitigation. Also, case law says you can't do that. There's a problem with the erroneous baseline in traffic, where near-term cumulative projects, that is, projects that have already been approved, are considered existing condition. They're not. And CEQA has very strong case law on that. Let's move on to visual impacts. There's a court case that came out of Sacramento 15 years ago called Pocket Protectors, which basically says that the public, when it comes to things that they're used to experiencing, such as visual impact, can be considered experts. Public has said, number of members of the public have said in their comments, they think that the massing and the scale of this project is out of scale with the neighborhood and therefore a significant impact. The EIR just blows it off. And then the EIR goes on to say, well, there's private views don't count. And if you look in CEQA, case law, there's no case law that says that. In fact, there is a case called Montecito Water District that says the opposite of that. And there's a lot of EIR preparers who do it this way, but it's not, there's no substantiation. And when we made the comment, the response was, it's private views, we don't care. There's a basic CEQA concept of erring on the side of caution to meet CEQA requirements to protect the environment. CEQA is supposed to be protective of the environment. This EIR typically takes a best case approach instead of a reasonable worst case approach. That does not fulfill the basic needs of CEQA. Another meta issue is that a lot of the responses to comments in this EIR talk about we comply with adopted standards, adopted noise standards, adopted dust standards. We comply with that. The project will comply with that. Therefore, the impact is less than significant. Two major court decisions that came down, one on noise and one on noise, and one on noise and dust. Berkeley Keep Jets Over the Bay and Orofino said that the public is expert on. It says essentially that an EIR is required to look at impacts on people, not on compliance with adopted standards. If you use an adopted standard, you may have to show that it actually is protective. In this case, residents near the site have experienced in the past noise and dust from the remediation efforts on that site, know that the impacts have been significant, have said that, and the response has been, sorry, we meet the standards. It's not acceptable in CEQA. Project objectives. You've got project objectives in this document that are used to filter through alternatives that even the currently proposed project doesn't meet. They were project objectives designed to get rid of all other alternatives other than the proposed project, which is also not permissible. The EIR refuses to consider a reduced project alternative that would substantially reduce impacts, partially because it doesn't identify the impacts. It uses that as a rationale for not further reducing project density. You've got a housing element, a project that complied with the housing element would in fact be an excellent alternative. It would be an obvious alternative. It wasn't done, and refused to do it. The current project is a 50-unit reduction over the previously proposed project, but it's the same square footage. So we don't know whether the current project has more impacts, less impacts. You can't tell because it's the same footage, but different unit mix. But we don't know what the unit mix is because it was never told, even though we requested it 3 times now. One more item on this, and that's the comments and responses. The CEQA requires good faith responses to comments, and relatively recent CEQA case law says that specific comments require specific responses, and general comments can have a more general response. In this EIR, we have general responses to specific comments over and over and over again. I identified, out of the 99 comments that I made previously on behalf of at that point, the 45th Street Artists Cooperative, at least 40 were just kind of blown off. Some other responses were just deferred. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. These don't constitute a good faith response to comments. And you have to look at them in aggregate to really get the picture of it. But the picture of it is, and you saw it from, I think Richard Ambrose, the archaeologist, wrote a separate letter completely. I didn't know he was writing it, with the exact same point. I asked for, made specific comments, I got a generic response. It's the tactic of this document. So that's a new issue. The defective comments and responses is a new issue, a new legal issue that has not been evaluated by the city. So in conclusion, I think the EIR needs to be revised to correctly evaluate the actual impacts on traffic, dust, noise, air quality, and aesthetics, reconsider the project objectives and the requested alternatives, and recirculate it for public review.
Thank you. Did you sign in or do a comment card? Thank you.
I did a comment card. Is that good? I'll sign in over.
I was talking to him.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Hi, I'm Jack Gitzoni, and I'm a resident at 1500 Park Avenue. I had comments in the original EIR. The Sherwin-Williams development is a real opportunity to make a valuable improvement to the neighborhood and the community here. And it's also a great opportunity to meet an urgent need for more housing. But it's important that we develop intelligently and that we avoid unnecessarily creating problems that are impossible or unrealistically difficult to fix in the future. And I'm very concerned about what's already been mentioned and what I mentioned in my original comments and don't think was addressed very well, which is traffic. And the EIR's repeated failure to address these concerns adequately. The EIR's traffic analysis appears to be based on an assumption that this neighborhood is rich in mass transit services. As a daily mass transit rider, I can assure you that it is not. I don't think that's news to any regular mass transit riders here. It's important that this becomes a mass transit rich neighborhood, but that hasn't happened yet. In fact, AC Transit is thinking about removing one of the lines, the F line, from this neighborhood. An EIR based on such an erroneous assumption is no more useful than an EIR containing no traffic analysis at all. This development will dramatically increase both the neighborhood's population and the need for ingress and egress of some sort. Getting traffic planning wrong will seriously deteriorate the quality of the neighborhood, and such deterioration could easily be permanent. Certifying this flawed EIR would be more than just a serious mistake. It would be a grave disservice to the community that this commission is supposed to serve. I strongly urge the commission to require a realistic traffic analysis before any EIR is certified. To do otherwise would be irresponsible. With an understanding based on realistic analysis instead of a convenient fiction, we stand a far greater chance of having a development that improves the community. To skip that step almost guarantees serious issues for the neighborhood for many years, possibly permanently. We can develop intelligently for the future while avoiding serious mistakes. We won't do that, though, if this EIR, with its misleading traffic analysis, is certified as it currently is. Thank you for your time and consideration.
My name is Joe Light. I'm a professional planner. I've been in the profession for 30 years now. I just have a few little comments. As Rich Grassetti and others have noted to you, the response to comments and the final environmental impact report does not really successfully respond to the many legitimate comments and observations about flaws and lapses in the draft. For the most part, it avoids many instances of lapses and excuse me. I'm not going to go over all of the flaws that Rich Grassetti and the others have made about the great major part of the document. I just wanted to make some comments on the planning section. For the most part, the response to comments in the DER artfully avoids calling out any conflicts in plans and policies, even while noting that there are in fact those kind of conflicts. When describing the basic conflicts, the strategy used by the consultant basically boils down to erroneous assertions of the fact that there can't be a conflict in land use and policy because the application is asking for revisions to those policies, and that those policies can in fact be revised by the commission. It then adds that even when there is a conflict, it really isn't a conflict because in CEQA, planning conflicts can't be significant. Now, these are erroneous logics, both professionally and logically. CEQA does in fact require a review of policy conformance. And the failure to identify those policies, it makes no sense logically. It makes no sense. And if you immediately assume that a policy conflict cannot be a significant conflict beforehand, then it's, the assumption is there's no way to actually make that. I'm sorry. If you don't identify the conflict, there's no way to determine whether it is or is not significant. And conflicts can be significant. This has been found in many case examples of the cumulative impact and of the quality of the conflict in relationship to the purpose of the policy itself. And unless you actually make the finding that there is a conflict, then you really can't go on to the determination if it in fact has any level of significance. Once a level of significance is made, thank you.
Thank you.
Ask him to sign in.
Yeah, if I can remind people to please sign in on the clipboard after you speak.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Gary Grimm, and I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Ann Holsbury, and myself. You have our written comments to the response to comments. We're members of the 45th Street Artists Community, the co-op, and my wife has been working in her painting studio here for about 30 years. We have an interior studio that has large windows that open during the daytime to increase natural light and ventilation. Very important. We're interested in seeing a project development on the Sherwin-Williams site that's an enhancement to the nearby community, one that minimizes adverse environmental impacts and improves the quality of life of the Emeryville neighbors. However, we're very disappointed in the incompleteness and the deferral of analysis of specific project environmental impacts, as much of the response to comments does, especially as relates to traffic impacts, noise impacts, and air quality impacts, both during the construction project and long term. A couple of examples. First of all, on noise. The draft EIR, or the EIR, identifies substantial increase of noise during the 3 to 4 year construction permit period and long term. However, the response to comments concludes that no long-term off-site noise monitoring is necessary, without stating the rationale for that conclusion. Parking lot activities and mechanical equipment noise have not yet been quantified. One of the mitigation measures, number 3, regarding substantial construction noise impacts, contains many where feasibles as measures and only 2 shall actions to reduce noise. Thus, there's no assurance that they will be implemented or quantification of the reduction of noise. The response to comments states that noise impacts would be minimized by adhering to the city's noise ordinance standards, but it goes on to state that there's no maximum noise level thresholds for construction noise. Again, no quantification of noise minimization. And finally, delivery of construction materials by rail should at least be studied or required if feasible, as was done for the cleanup of the Sherwin-Williams site. With regard to air quality impacts, the response to comments does little to explain or quantify why mitigation measures relating to long-term air emissions will be required for future residents of the project, but are not necessary for neighboring residents. This minimizes the importance of the neighbors. And finally, the dust significant criteria should be extended and enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a 35-year resident in the neighborhood in question here. And first of all, I'd like to say, right before the meeting started, I approached Vice Chair Cardoza, sitting up there, and Mr. Cardoza volunteered to me. He thought that the Bay Area was frightfully low on housing and that the city of Emeryville should do something to address that. So I'm not alleging any crime by that statement, but I think that it lets us know in advance what your thinking is on this, and I think you should represent the people's interests, the existing residents' interests first, and that's sort of your job. So it lets us know about Mr. Cardoza's predisposition. So here we have this document. Here it is. It's the Sherwin-Williams traffic report from Fair and Pierce, the traffic study. It's a voluminous document, many pages. It's just exhaustive. It's got every intersection, all the South Emeryville, all the road conditions, what the conditions are now at each intersection and on each roadway, what they will be with the cumulative effects of this project plus other projects. And unfortunately, this entire document here, all the data points in here have no value. That's kind of a shocking statement for me to make. But I'm telling you that this document, the data points in this document have no value. And the reason is because CEQA is very clear that what the purpose here is to tell the decision makers, and that would be you, but especially the city council members, the 5 city council members, to let them know the environmental impacts this project will have in the community. Unfortunately, the document doesn't do that because we have a series of network of bicycle boulevards, and what all this information is hinged on is the idea that we are going to negate our bicycle boulevards. Like, for instance, here we are. Here's the memo from December 14th from Julie Malamut to Catherine Tellez, entitled Sherwin-Williams Horton Street Turn Restriction Assessment. So all these numbers were based upon an idea that was fomented by the staff at City of Emeryville, that there should be 2 so-called partial diverters on Horton Street to divert traffic to help the bicycle boulevard to exist. But unfortunately, bicycle boulevards in Emeryville are not allowed to have more than 3,000 vehicle trips per day. And after the partial diverters are added, we have Horton Street Bike Boulevard is going to have 3,930 cars with the project, cumulative traffic with the project. And then additionally, 45th Street and the 53rd Street Bike Boulevards will have an excess amount of traffic. You can't use this document. It's a flawed document.
Council members. My name is Brian Horde, and I live in the Blue Star Corner development, which is right across the street from the Sherwin-Williams development. I used to live in the Emeryville warehouse lofts and directly across from the Sherwin-Williams development. I'd like to speak for a minute as to why we're here and speaking about this now instead of later, at a later stage in the development. The acceptance of the EIR lays the foundation for the development for all the services and restrictions that will apply to the area outside of the project. So the roads, the infrastructure that's going to lead into it. A flawed selection of study parameters will affect the success of the development and the surrounding neighborhood. I support Park. I've got a little sticker on. We want this to be a wildly successful project. We want to see the housing go in, but we also want everyone who lives there to be happy that they're there, and to make sure that they have the services needed. One of the things that has come up again and again is parking and traffic, and those issues we don't see being addressed on either the traffic, the parking, or the transit. Transit is the most important thing that we can put in place to help alleviate this. They said it's a 40% reduction by being transit friendly. We're not sure how that's going to, I'm not sure how that's going to work, considering that we're not close enough to light rail or a transit hub to get that number of trips. Transit oriented has those elements. It is close to light rail. It's within a quarter mile of a transit hub. We're within half a mile of The San Pablo, there is one bus stop on 40th. That doesn't really sound like transit friendly. I'm not sure what the definition of transit accessible is. I believe that there are certain guidelines for transit oriented. Looking at some of the responses to the EIR, the response in B3-39 says that 70 transit trips are generated on weekday mornings. So if we use an occupancy of 1.71 and 550 units, that's 70 people out of 940 that will use transit. And I think that leaves about another 265 people who aren't going to be generating transit trips and who don't have parking spaces. If we use the number of parking spaces in the EIR, which I think was 604, the numbers that we just saw from LSA showed parking spaces of, I think it was 964. So the presentation we just saw from LSA doesn't match to what's in the EIR. We'd like to see this be successful. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Any more speakers?
Yes.
Okay.
First, I have a disclosure question. My father was a founder of Lennar Corporation. He was the founder with Arnold Rosen in the 50s. May I comment on Lennar?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Nobody in my family receives money from Lennar anymore. So I wanted to say that the company has the means to satisfy the demands that the EIAR may present. And if it will present specifics, the company is large enough to do so. The other side of the coin is that if you look online, you'll see a lot of chatter about Lennar lemons. And I think it might be wise to familiar yourself with that chatter. It will give not the specifics of how they realize a project, but it will give an idea of the status of the corporation and how they operate with the public. And
can you kind of focus your remarks to the EIR and the response to comments, please? That's what we're talking about right now.
Okay. So they have the resources to satisfy the demands, and I believe that the city should hold out for these specifics from the EIAR to make this project a model project for both Lennar and Emeryville. Thank you.
Miss, before you go, could you please state your name?
Margaret Fisher.
Thank you.
And I'm not related to Amy Fisher.
Hi, Tim Curran, 4250 Horton Street. So regarding the response to comments, I live between 45th Street and Sherwin on Horton Street. And during part of the TIA that was omitted. It was studied north of 45th Street and south of Sherwin. So my block was just not included in the report. I made a question about that and wanted to see it included. And I think the response, I'm not exactly sure, but was check the blocks on either side. So I need clarification. It's difficult for me to understand this. I suppose that all these complex issues before you have been answered by the, or are clarified by the EIR. And you've already studied that because you're going to vote on that tonight. So if you're clear about the bicycle boulevard impacts, traffic impacts, conflicts in the general plan with the housing element versus the transportation element, all these different kind of moving parts, if you're very clear on that because of this EIR, then I suppose you'll approve it. If you're not clear on it, and I'm not clear on various aspects after my study, then I think you need to have clarification, which is a recirculation based on these concerns. So look inside yourselves. Since you've studied it, you've all read this thing, and you've answered the important questions about the impacts, and you've looked at this for answers. Once you've done that, and you see you have all the answers you need, or that you feel that they're available for further review from this document, approve it. But I find that you won't be able to do that clearly and easily. And I don't exactly know why, because I'm not an expert in EIRs. But I do know that the complex issues involving this project and the traffic impacts specifically are poorly defined in this, and difficult to kind of parse out and piece together the issues surrounding the removal of the bicycle boulevard and other issues like that. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Okay, I guess that's the end of public comment. Seeing no one, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Oh no, before we do that, what I'm going to do is invite LSA to address.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Are you closing public comment?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you not hear the gavel?
You started going into the...
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, we closed public comment prior to the gavel. So at this time, I'd like to invite LSA to address a few of the major points made by the public tonight for clarity to the commission.
We'll have Catherine come up too, since a lot of the comments were on traffic issues. So just speaking to some of the air quality issues, the significance criteria from the BAQMD for dust mitigation and the identification of dust impacts is actually the implementation of the mitigation measures that we have identified to reduce dust impacts. So that's how they determine if it's a significant impact or not, is whether or not these mitigation measures are implemented. The BAQMD has basic mitigation measures and then enhanced mitigation measures for larger projects, and we've included the enhanced measures, so it really is the full spectrum of mitigation measures to reduce dust. And the BAQMD has data indicating that implementation of these measures would reduce dust impacts to a less than significant impact. Also, the issue was brought up regarding why will the future residents of the project have air mitigation. Just based on the BAQMD standards for evaluating air impacts, the project itself won't actually be emitting toxic air contaminants. However, what the EIR did identify is that there are sources in the vicinity that do release toxic air contaminants, and so we were only evaluating the impact of the surrounding sources to impacts actually on the actual project, not impacts from sources to residents in the vicinity. So we were focused on the impacts of the environment to the project, as well as impacts of the project to the surrounding sensitive receptors, and found that the project would not be a source of air contaminants. And then, were there any other issues specifically that you wanted me to clarify?
Well, the gentleman from GECO brought up several case law remarks that kind of was counter to what our EIR has. Can you address those in any way? Were those factored in? Were the previous case laws looked at in relation to this?
If I may answer that question,
sure.
Vice Chair. So, sorry, Chair. The agency's outside counsel, Rick Jarvis, is here this evening to answer any questions specific to the case law that you may have heard about tonight.
Okay, perfect. And then also there was remarks about comments that were made by the public being blown off. And in reading the response to comments, I did go through that. A couple of them, there were 100 sections, so it took a while. So I didn't feel myself that anything was blown off. CEQA is, in my understanding, not always specific, so answers could be a little less vague than what people would like to hear. But is there any comment that you feel that you guys didn't adequately address in terms of staying within the CEQA guidelines?
I don't believe so. We really focused our responses to relating the comment back to the significance criteria that had been adopted by the City of Emeryville for evaluating impacts. So if there were comments that weren't directly related to the significance criteria, or maybe looking at something that was not directly related to one of the significance criteria, those responses may have been generalized a little bit more, but where we could actually tie evidence and data, there were comments on the air quality section wanting something more detailed, and we did go back and rerun the models to present the data, with the inputs that were suggested. So we did really do a quantitative analysis for areas that quantification was available. So,
are there any other questions of LSA? Okay, if we could have Farron Pierce come up and address the traffic issues.
Good evening again. I guess just a few points of clarification. There was one gentleman who said that there was a 40% transit reduction. That was in fact 10 to 15% transit reduction, so 10% for the daily trip generation, and then 15% for peak hours during the weekday, and then 10% on a Saturday. The other trip reductions were to account that people would walk and bicycle to the site to and from the surrounding area, and that also some of the trips would remain internal to the site, such as somebody who could live in one of the units and work in the office building or one of the retail centers. I believe also there was a comment regarding bicycle boulevards being eliminated, and there was no discussion about removing any bicycle boulevard designations from currently designated boulevards.
Commissioner, have any other questions?
Yeah. I have a difficult question for you. Based on what you've heard tonight and the perceptions of the community about the traffic analysis, are there any aspects of the analysis that you conducted that you think could be improved, or that you would think would benefit from some modification or taking into account any of these issues that they've brought to our attention?
So we did look at a what-if scenario. So what if our trip reduction was lower? Would that change the overall conclusions and findings that we presented? And the answer to that is no. It would make some of the impacts look slightly worse, but it wouldn't change any of the overall conclusions.
All right, thank you. Andrew, is it a time for the legal consultant to speak with us?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rick Jarvis. I'm the outside legal counsel. I've been specializing in CEQA for 23 years now. I've been working with the city. I and my office have reviewed administrative drafts of the draft EIR and the response to comments. We've worked with staff to improve them and make sure that they comply with all legal requirements. I have heard some of the comments this evening about, what case law says. I do respectfully disagree with much of the characterizations that were made in those comments. We've reviewed and evaluated the cases, and we do feel that the document certainly complies with all of CEQA's legal adequacy requirements. I'm happy to answer any more specific questions if you have.
Anything from the commission? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I will bring it back to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Banta?
I'd like to follow this other comments.
Well, I think the city staff has done the best they can. The most serious question seems to be traffic. And since this project is residential, it doesn't have quite the same impact on traffic, I believe, as commercial development does. I live at the far western edge of Watergate condominiums, 1,250 units. It's served by one lane in each direction. In addition, there are 2 large marinas and 2 large restaurants, which are also served by that same road. And I've never experienced traffic jams at any time. And I think where there is commercial property and people come to work at the same time, there's much more likelihood of traffic jams, and that as this is residential property, I don't believe it'll be a problem.
Commissioner King.
Sure. So bear with me as I have several observations about this. But I think it's important to really acknowledge all the hard work that went into this. So I want to begin by thanking the staff for their enormous work on this incredibly complex and consequential project. I want to thank the developer for their diligent and painstaking work to bring housing to a city and region that is in urgent need, as was pointed out by a member of the public who reflected that. And Commissioner Cardoza, if you indeed say that outside the commission room, I don't disagree with you that this is an urgent need that we have to cover. And even though we may have different opinions in terms of what the conclusion may be, I don't think you having made that statement is something to vilify you for. So I'm a bit confused by that public comment, quite frankly. But I digress. And of course, I want to thank all of our citizens who live in this city, who work and live in Emeryville, giving time and energy to advocate on this very important issue. I want to particularly acknowledge the work of the Park Avenue Residents Committee in meeting with you, in reading, not just listening to your testimony, but in meeting with you, reading the things that you submitted, as well as by the testimony of your consultant, Mr. Grassetti. This really was an example of how to make your voice heard. You were organized, and you advocated. And I just wanted to point out some of the main issues that I heard and that you highlighted in respect to this and whether, in our question of whether to certify this final EIR. And as previous was pointed out on this dais, traffic seems to be a huge issue that has a lot of questions still attached to it. The fact that the method utilized in the EIR for determining traffic impacts, the MXD Plus, doesn't seem to fit with the transit-oriented nature in which this method is usually applied. So if we're possibly mismeasuring, putting a square peg in a round hole, and mismeasuring what, and having incorrect assumptions what the traffic impacts might be, as Mr. Grassetti had pointed out, this would have a cascading effect in terms of, do we have a true measurement of what the detrimental harm would be in environmental aspects and health aspects? We don't know, or for me at least, that's an incomplete picture. There are other numerous issues that I still have many questions about, but leaving those issues aside for now, in meeting with the park residents and in meeting with Lennar, I found the questions associated that make this EIR, whether it's ready for final certification, I found our citizens representing Park, their position to be real, to be substantive, and ultimately compelling. It's compelling that while acknowledging all the thoughtful and hard work of applicant staff, the EIR, I believe, is not quite ready. It's important to acknowledge that Park's stated position is not to oppose the project from ever happening. I think that's really important to highlight here. They want to see it built, and I've heard that several times over inside this commission as well as in ex parte meetings. And progress has been made through their advocacy. and with the applicant in cooperation. I think that's also important to acknowledge. And to honor and respect that intent and integrity of the parties, let's allow them to reach that finish line together, as they have been working together and have exhibited their ability to do so. Let's not let expediency be the enemy of progress. Much progress has been made, but much more substantive progress can still be made. And the stakeholders just need some more time, I think, to work through those issues. They've already demonstrated, both applicant and the citizens of Emeryville have demonstrated they are able to do so. The higher purpose of this body, and why I'm really proud to be part of this commission, is not just helping to erect buildings, and even when we're in urgent need of residential buildings like this. I'm proud because of our essential role to building, is not just building buildings, but to build community. The parties involved here have exhibited through dialogue, discourse, and debate great patience, persistence, and ultimately progress in building our communities. Let us, as a planning commission, not cut that process short by prematurely certifying the CIR. Let's give the power back to them and let them finish the work they have started. And I yield.
Commissioner Benta.
Well, I was appointed to the commission, I think, about 4 months ago, so I'm sort of late to the party on this project. But I'm very impressed with what I see having been accomplished with this project by the applicant, by the staff, and by the community. I had lunch today over at the townhouse on my way back to my office on Hollis Street. My friend said to me he was so impressed with Emeryville. The sidewalks were full of workers going to lunch, and the park right next to our building was full of kids and young mothers with children. And this city really transformed from something that was really a dying industrial location into this vibrant community. And it didn't happen by accident. It happened as a result of exactly the kind of work that the applicant, the staff, and the community is doing right now. I think it would be perfectly reasonable to recommend certification of this EIR at this time because of all the work that has been accomplished, and as it has been explained to us, the level of technical study that has been applied to it, and the satisfaction that the staff has that everything has been followed according to the rules and according to what is required. However, the applicant is in a great position. They have this community that is on their side. They want to see this project succeed, and I'm not hearing the kinds of arguments that I would normally hear in front of other planning commissions and other communities that would fasten onto the density and FAR issues and never let go. And those significant accomplishments have been made, again, by all of these three parties, and they all seem to be on the same page there. So what remains now are questions that the community seems to have about, really, I think that the core of the issue is traffic. And is there any more common ground that can be achieved between the applicant and the community on that issue? I think this is an opportunity for the applicant to once again demonstrate its goodwill, its readiness to listen, and its readiness to take seriously what the community has identified as something that they feel can be improved. And I think that this certification is one of your first steps. You've got many steps to go. And I think going forward with a certification that has not taken into account these final considerations could turn that goodwill and support from the community into something more troublesome and problematic for you down the line. So again, I think it's an opportunity for everybody to continue to do what they've been doing so well, and I would recommend that these final steps be taken before recommending certification.
Okay, thank you. I too really want to thank staff for their diligence and the consultants. These documents are never easy, and they're certainly never small, and the work is quite tremendous. So I want to thank everyone for the work on that. Equally, I want to thank the community groups for their time and effort that they've put into this, and there's obviously been a bit of money spent on their part, and to me that shows when people really have passion and feel in the importance of something, when they're willing to put their own dollars into it. So I mean, that's something I really respect, and it really, you guys have shown up for 2 public comments in force, so you really are making your feelings known. There's a couple of things in regards to the remarks that I just want to give my own feelings towards, and it's how remarks and remarks or comments can be often perceived. The one thing is that the CEQA requires that several types of projects are reviewed. If I'm not incorrect, there's 3 different types. And when we talk about this new project and that being a basis for redoing this EIR, the new project kind of falls between in the first and second one. So I feel that, in my own opinion, in looking at that, the study of even if we approved this newly proposed project still fits within the EIR of all the ranges of development that was studied. And to whether the units are apartments or condominiums, I don't think is relevant to an EIR. I mean, we all would love to see more condominiums in this community, but I don't think that's a relevant point that is discussed in an EIR. And one of the later gentlemen kept referring to a conflict, and he was really at conflict with this conflict, but I never got from him what this conflict was. And that is the type of vagueness that you're all complaining about yourselves. So, I mean, when we come up to address something, it's really important for us in order to make a decision that we understand what is at conflict. And I've lived in Emeryville nearly 15 years, and without exaggeration, that entire time I have lived in a construction zone. They built apartments at 64th Avenue, they built Emmy, they're tearing up the public market now, they tried to do a condo project that never got off the ground on Christie Street. I literally have been in a construction zone my entire 15 years here. And I have to say that the city's noise and dust mitigation measures are very good. Noise, you're going to get trucks backing up with the beepers. You can't help that. You're going to get pavement being torn up. There will always be noise with construction, but I think the city does a very good job with their ordinance. So regardless to what CEQA implies upon that, I am fully confident that when a construction project goes on, that the city will do its best to mitigate what can be. A construction is a messy business, there's no doubt about that, but it doesn't last forever, unless you live in my neighborhood. So, and then I'm gonna hit the thing on traffic and parking, and I'm really strongly believing, and this isn't just a belief, it isn't a fear, it's a day-to-day thing that I live in, is parking is going to always be a problem. You could overpark this project, you could put 1,000 spaces in that garage, but if the parking space in front of your house is at a more convenient proximity to a new unit's place, they're going to park there. They do it now at Pacific Park Plaza, they park where there are signs against them parking, and our building is overparked. We could double the amount of cars in Pacific Park Plaza, and people will still park on the street or in Christie Commons where they are asked not to park. So overparking a project is only going to be tantamount to bringing more cars. You build for cars, you get more cars. So I feel very strongly that we cannot allow this project to exceed the maximum city guidelines, and I would prefer that it be lower than that. And just by example of traffic, in the residence neighborhood I live in, which is it's considered North Bayfront, where I live in similar constraints to everyone here. We have the railroad tracks on one side, we have I-80 on another, we have Christie Avenue, which is mainly equal to your Horton Street, and we have 1,688 units in our neighborhood. That's right in proximity from Pacific Park Plaza, north and west. And that's what's there now, not what's planned. This is what we live with day to day. And as was explained, residential traffic is very different than business traffic. People don't come and go from their house. They don't come at 8 in the morning and leave at 5 at night. I bike to work every day. Our garage has 2 exits. And I'm, without exaggeration, if there are 1 or 2 cars leaving my garage at the same time at 7:30 in the morning that I'd leave, that's as many as there ever is. I can get right back onto Christie Street the minute I get off my the Pacific Park Plaza property. So the density that you're fearing in traffic, I have to believe the studies because I live it. I'm not theorizing it. I live with 1,688 residents, and I don't have these problems. And we're in the exact same configuration as Sherman-Williams and Park Avenue. We have Powell Street is equal to your Park Avenue, and it's virtually, it couldn't get much closer than that. So I understand the fears and the concerns, and I think as a city we do very well. Traffic is a problem. There's no lie. Between 8 in the morning and 5 at night, traffic is a problem. But other times, when I leave here tonight and I go Horton, I'll probably be the only vehicle on there. Coming here to this meeting tonight at 6 o'clock, I literally counted 4 cars passing me on Horton Street at 6. I'm sorry if you don't believe me. I'm speaking fact. So I just don't. And to say that a development isn't going to cause traffic, that's not what I'm saying. You guys are going to notice a difference in your lives. There's no doubt about that. But I believe the benefits that you're going to get with a neighbor. Our neighborhood has exploded with pedestrians, with dog walkers, and we're going to have fabulous retail shops, grocery store that we can walk to. Density brings exactly what it is we want: livable, walkable communities, and it's done with controls, without a doubt. And I think there are measures that we need to look at, but I don't believe that this EIR is significantly flawed in what it has done. So those are my comments. And anyone else want to wrap anything up?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to defer certification of the final EIR until our October 2016 commission meeting to give time for the applicant and the affected members of the community to work out their differences.
I don't know that can be, I mean, an EIR is an EIR. We'd have to redo the EIR to make any difference. Isn't that correct?
If I may make a comment, this is going to the City Council on August 16th.
Correct.
And the City Council in this situation is the final body that certifies the EIR, and therefore the recommendation or the motion should be a recommendation to the City Council.
And it will be, yeah. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
What was the motion again?
So I'll state it again with instructions from council. So please, we'll work this out together if I misstate something.
Sounds like your motion is to recommend to the City Council that this be deferred and brought back to the Commission in October.
I'd make a counter motion
October.
that we approve it at this time.
Excuse me, I think first we need to see if there's a second to Commissioner Kang's motion.
I'll second the Commissioner's motion.
Shall we have a vote?
Well, you can have a vote or you can do a substitute motion, whichever you wish.
I'd like to just vote on that.
All right. Ready to vote? Mm-hmm. So on Commissioner Kang's motion, Commissioner Banta?
Aye.
Commissioner Kang?
Aye.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
No.
Chair Keller?
No.
2 noes, 2 ayes. The motion fails.
Can we entertain a second motion?
I'd move we approve.
I'd second.
Okay. Okay. So on the motion to recommend certification of the EIR, Commissioner Banta?
No.
Commissioner Kang?
Nay.
Vice Chair Keller?
No, I'm the chair now.
I'm Vice Chair Cardoza, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Cardoza.
Yes.
And Chair Keller.
Yes.
2 ayes, 2 noes. That motion also fails. We will forward this information to the City Council with no recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to item 8, the study session for the Sherman-Williams Development Project PUD. And once again, we have Commissioner Bouters and Commissioner Donaldson recused. Yes, that's a great idea. I was going to do it. No, 10 minutes. I'm going to need some time.
Kick it upstairs.
Order, please. Is the director in the room? Alrighty, moving on to item 8, Sherwin-Williams Development Project PUD. Could we have the staff presentation, please?
Okay, good evening once again. So this is a study session on the revised project. Just to give you in terms of some project background, this will be the third study session. The first one took place a little less than 2 years ago, and then we've had another one before the EIR was prepared in October, and that went both to the commission as well as to the council. And today we just had a hearing or the meeting on the FEIR, and now this is the third study session. In terms of next steps, as it was mentioned at the last item, this will be your recommendation. Your action today on the final EIR will be carried to the City Council on the August 16th. In addition to that, a study session at the council has also been scheduled for September 6th. And the remaining dates in September, October, and November that you see are tentative project consideration. As you can see, Planning Commission will be considering this project, and after that they will be making a recommendation to the council. The council will hear that in 2 hearings. As this is a PUD and a PDP, it takes an ordinance which requires the first reading and then another second reading. So this is the dates for, like I said, of project considerations are tentative at this time. In case you're not familiar where we are, this is an 8.5 acre site. The triangle that you see in blue is the city-owned parcel. The 8.5 is not included. The city parcel is not included in the 8.5 acre. This is a former Sherwin-Williams paint factory which ceased its operations in 2006, and the cleanup was completed in January of 2013. So as you heard in the FER, there were 2 options that were considered in the EIR, and this is just to give you, and the difference between the 2 options is primarily the location of the open space. And as you can see, in option A, there was a building that was proposed on the city parcel with the open space just south of that, and then you have this major open space. And in the option B that was considered in the EIR, the city owned parcel remained as a park in its current location, and the rest of the buildings were slightly aligned differently along the central green. So as we were processing and documenting and working on the EIR, my understanding was that the applicant was working with the various neighbor groups to come up with a proposal that would be acceptable to everybody concerned. And what they have, the city was not party to that conversation, just so that you know. And what we received from the applicant is the current proposal, which is up for your comment today, and this is their current proposal. So in terms of the project programming, that is the units, the total unit counts, the office space, the commercial space, there's not too much difference. The main difference is in the alignment of the roads. So the central green has been removed, and the Hubbard extension now terminates at parcel D and then comes down on the 46th Street right next to the Rifkin lot. In addition to that, there has been some, not reductions, but setbacks of the buildings along Horton Street as well as along Sherwin Avenue. And of course, the location of the open space has been sort of consolidated along Sherwin Avenue, as you can see here. They also identified 2 other open spaces. One is the open space here, and the third one is over here. And in terms of programming, this is the difference. The project, the current proposal, is reduced by 40 units to 500. The office space, which is basically the existing building, stays as office space. And in terms of ground floor commercial space, what they are proposing now is a minimum of 2,000 square feet with the flexibility of a maximum of 8,000 feet. And I'll talk a little bit more about what other uses they are proposing on the ground level of different buildings. So building by building, in terms of parcel by parcel, this is the breakdown of the uses as well as the height and as well as the parking. So just going back to this, essentially building A, that is the existing building that will stay as office. Building B1 will have 70 units and will provide parking for both the units here as well as parking for the office space here. The height of this building will reach a maximum of 75 feet. There's a setback along Horton Avenue. The first, I believe, 30 feet is 45 feet, and it increases to 65 feet. Parcel C and Parcel D and Parcel B2, these are residential buildings which will park themselves. So, like I mentioned, Parcel C is 160 units, Parcel D is 185 units, and the B2, which is the smaller parcel, has 85 units.
Marie, excuse me, while you're on this image, I'm looking at Parcel A, and that's the original Sherwin-Williams building, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now if you go
back
to the table where it showed the differences, yeah, there's 74,000 here, and in that previous slide where I stopped you, it says 70,000. What's the 4,000 difference?
Which slide said 70,000?
Go another one more. No, the other way forward. This one.
That's my error. That's a typo.
Okay, so is it 74,000?
It is 74,000. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
It's okay.
So the maximum height will be of Parcel D, which is 100 feet. And the other buildings, the 3 B1, B2, and C, will achieve a maximum of 75 feet. So in terms of ground floor uses, so what you see in green, as I'd mentioned, they are proposing a minimum of 2,000 square feet of either retail/restaurant to a maximum of 8,000 feet. The other proposed uses on the ground floor include residential amenities, and also they're asking for a flexibility to have residential units on the ground floor, also possibility of office and live work units. Of course, no matter where the units are located, the total unit count will stay at 500, and live work units will be counted as a residential unit, and it will be in that 500 unit count. It is more, they are seeking flexibility of possibility of, say, having a residential along the park and have porches there, or so basically that's the flexibility they are seeking, and that is what they are proposing. The stars that you see are basically identifying the loading areas for each building. So this is sort of the vehicle circulation. The dashed lines indicate the driveways into the building. Obviously, Parcel A will not be having any parking, and that's the reason you don't see a driveway in there. This is the bicycle circulation. As I think I neglected to mention that the greenway along the tracks remain as in options A and B. And then this will be the pedestrian circulation. So the PUD allows the applicant to set certain standards, and this could be regarding parking, regarding open space, regarding loading. So they have proposed certain standards, and where they do not propose, then the planning regulations apply. So for example, things regarding a number of EV parking spaces. Those, they're not proposing anything on their own, which means that the planning regulations will apply when they come in for the FTPs. So the standard that are existing in our regulations, these are the minimums. So for the unit, it's a 0.8 minimum. If you recall, our parking regulations are estimated from the parking demand, and the applicant has the option of reducing it by 33% or increasing it. There's a maximum cap of 10%. So for the residential unit, the minimum regulations is 0.8 per unit. They are proposing 1 space per unit. Regarding the office, the minimum that is set in our regulations is 1.6 per 1,000. They are proposing 2 spaces per 1,000. Regarding the retail, the minimum in our regulations is 2. They are proposing 3. They're proposing 3 for retail and restaurant. We have a little bit higher minimum for restaurant, which is 5.3. Regarding the maximum, they will comply with the city, which is 10% more. So that would be 10% more of what they're proposing. Our regulations do not have compact spaces. They are proposing that the compact spaces be included, and they would not be, they would not exceed more than 10% of the total parking provided.
Miro, could I ask a question?
Yes.
For the 2 spaces per 1,000 standard planning regulations for retail and 5.3 for restaurants, does that translate into 3 spaces per 1,000 if you blend the proposed proportional numbers of square footage?
No, so, well, they're proposing 3 per 1,000 and 5, so that's 5.5 if we were to blend R. And at this point, so that is, so for example, they're saying that they will have 2,000 square feet of minimum retail / restaurant. We don't have an exact of retail and exact for restaurant.
Okay.
From them. So it's difficult to give you a number.
Yeah.
Regarding loading, our regulations is what you have in front of you. So for the project, what that counts to is 6 small loading spaces and 1 medium space. They are proposing 2 small loading spaces and 2 medium loading spaces. Also, they would like the number of loading spaces to be on a project-wide basis and not on a building-by-building basis. Regarding open space. Now this open space, just to be crystal clear, this is regarding open space for the project residents. This is not talking about the public park space or publicly accessible park space. So typically in any project, any building in town, they are by regulations required to have certain private open space. So private open space would be things like balconies, and then common open space, and they would be things like where the little landscaped areas on podiums, which the building residents, that is used for building residents and not for public at large. So that's the open space that we are talking about here. So in our planning regulations, what we have is 40 square feet of private open space and 20 square feet of common open space per unit, and and the common open space may be provided in lieu of private open space at 2:1 ratio. What they are proposing is to provide 60 square feet of open space per unit, and this would be a combination of private and common, and if there is a substitution, then that would be at 1:1. They are also proposing that the provision of these open spaces be on the project-wide basis and not be considered on a building-by-building basis. So in terms of conformity to land use designations, so this is the project site. The green which is on their property, is open space. The yellow represents open, mixed use residential designation, and then you have this provision for the roads. This space, this the city parcel is zoned, is general plan designation is open space, PO. As the site is over 5 acres, a PUD is required, which is what is being proposed, and the MUR requires a mix of uses for a PUD, one of which must be residential, which is what they are proposing. The mix of uses, our regulations do not specify that, and that mix is to be determined by the decision makers. The net developable area on the site is 5.28. So what is subtracted from the total 5.8 is this 2.08 acres. They need to provide that as open space, and that cannot be counted towards the developable area. And what is not counted towards the developable area is also the roadway. So when you subtract the roadway and the open space that they need to provide, then they are left with the developable area of 5.28. And this is used to calculate how much FAR, how much residential density that will be permitted on the site. So in terms of residential density, what is allowed is 50 by right, which can be increased to 100 units per acre, and that translates to 264 units by right and 528 with a bonus. And what they're proposing is 500, so this triggers a need for 89 bonus points. Regarding floor area, it's 1.5 by right, and bonus is 3. What they're proposing is 3, so they need the full 100 bonus points for FAR. In terms of height, what is allowed on the slightly different on the southern portion and the northern portion, with higher higher height allowed with the bonus and by right on the northern portion. That's parcel D, so that's 50 and 100. I'm sorry, that should be not units per acre, but the height for, the height is 40 feet and 75 feet by bonus and by right and by bonus, and 50 feet by right on the northern portion and 100 feet by right on the southern portion. What they're proposing on B and C is the maximum that is allowed by bonus, that's 75 feet, and on parcel D, they're proposing 100 feet, which is what is allowed with a bonus. So this will trigger the need for 100 bonus points for height as well. So in terms of bonus points, this is what their proposal. If they propose to obtain so that they need a total of 100 bonus points. As you know, we don't add up the 100 plus 100 plus 100. It's just whatever the maximum in any one category is required, that is what is provided. So half the points will be provided by 17 units to be affordable units. This is pretty much our regulation. And then what they are proposing for the additional 20 to 25 points is in the category of public open space. So what they are suggesting is that they receive the points for providing and designing the city parcel to be a park, and by providing 2.08 acres of park space. This cannot be counted as a bonus category. The 2.08 acres of park space they're required to provide because of the general plan land use designation, and the 1.46 acre of the city parcel that they will be designing and constructing to be a park is a city-owned park, city-owned property, and that does not qualify. They need to obtain points on their own property. So they will have to redo their bonus points and look for the categories to obtain that. This would not qualify. The more 20 to 25 bonus points are being proposed in the category of public improvements. So public improvements, these are beyond what a project would be typically be required to provide. So what they are proposing is contribution towards Hubbard Street improvements and the South Bayfront pedestrian and bicycle bridge. They have not they have not given us a scope of improvements to be at this point, and they have proposed that that would be developed at the FDP phase. And I will mention that in the staff comments as well, that the scope of improvements have to be developed at this time, and they cannot be deferred at the FDP phase, because bonus points entitles them to a certain amount of density and height, and this needs to be worked out at the PUD stage and cannot be deferred to the FDP stage. And the last bonus points is in the category of flexible community benefit, and what they're proposing is to provide a community art gallery and a community room within the project for the entire community. In terms of parks and greenway, so in addition to the public park that they have to provide, because a portion of their property has been designated as open space, and that is 2.08, the general plan also calls for the greenway to traverse this parcel to connect between Horton Landing Park to the north and the Park Avenue District and Bay Trail to the south. In addition, the general plan and the parks and the recreation plan show the greenway extension on Hubbard Street as well. So the project is proposing pedestrian and bicycle access along both these alignments. The project does provide 2.08 acres. The applicant will need to provide a survey or a subdivision map to confirm this number. And this kind of shows the greenway extension and the fact that the bicycles and both pedestrians can also use the Hubbard Street. So there are certain design guidelines regarding sidewalk widths. So the applicant is still working on providing the various cross sections. Sherwin Avenue cross section has not been provided at this time. And the cross sections on the 46th Street and the Hubbard Street extension have shown bulb outs. So are shown at bulb outs, not where there is on-street parking. So it does not appear that the sidewalk widths comply with our guidelines where there is on-street parking, although this information has not yet been provided. So this would be the feedback that we'll be getting, that we need greater clarifications on the various cross sections of different streets with or without the on-street parking. The other issue is regarding Horton Street. So Horton Street is considered is designated a green street, which calls for a 15-foot wide sidewalk corridor, which is divided into the 8 feet for the pedestrian walkway, with a 5-foot landscape area next to the curb and a 2-foot landscape area next to the building. Now, although the Horton Street section is not provided, this is something that has been discussed earlier in the earlier study sessions. We know that to comply with this Green Street guidelines, it will be necessary to remove the existing trees in order to meet this sidewalk width area. The applicant is proposing to preserve these trees, which you can see at the bottom, and this was in response to earlier study sessions where the feedback they received was that the Commission and the Council wish to see the trees being preserved despite the fact that they will not then comply with the Green Street criteria. And we are putting this issue once again for the Commission so that we are definitive on the desire of both the Commission and the Council, whether you do indeed want to preserve these trees or whether you would like them to be removed so that the Horton Street sidewalk width complies with the Green Street and new trees are planted with a better tree, with better soil conditions than they currently are. So this project, the revised proposal or the current proposal was reviewed by BPAC, and they had a few comments like the bollards would be needed at either end of the greenway, that stop signs or traffic control would be needed where bicycles enter and exit the site at 46th and Sherwin Avenue. They also noted that the Halleck Street connection south to the Beach Street needs improvement in order to make this greenway connection really viable. They also noted that bicycle parking areas need to be shown on plans, and they be sited in well-lit, visible, and easy-to-locate areas, and that the project should provide common bike areas or the bike kitchens that allow residents to wash and repair their cycles. But the main comment that is for you to consider that they made is regarding the 20-foot wide greenway along the tracks. So what the applicant is proposing are two things. So this section is along the northern end of the greenway. So what they're proposing is a 20-foot wide, but of which 10 feet would be concrete with a 4-foot sod, and then the remaining 6 feet would be decomposed granite. And for the southern portion of the greenway, it would be a 10-foot concrete path and a 10-foot decomposed granite. And the reason for this is because this is part of the fire exit, would be a fire lane, and therefore would need to be in this configuration. So what the BPAC is proposing is removing this sod and having a making the entire 20-foot wide greenway along the tracks to be constructed with a 15-foot concrete path, which would serve both for pedestrians and bicycles, and have a 5-foot of decomposed granite path alongside. So this is their recommendation, and we would appreciate your feedback regarding that. The project was obviously reviewed by staff and different departments, staff from different departments, and that's what the DCC stands for. And so regarding open space, we feel that the plans should include some preliminary programming for the public open space areas, and which then could be more further refined at the FTP stage. It was also noted that dog facilities are limited in our city, and especially dog facilities for large dogs in particular are virtually absent. It was also suggested that the park area, the big park area, is large enough to warrant public restrooms. It was noted that they have, as you can see in the plans that were in part of your packet, there is an extensive tree, the street tree proposed, and we are going to get this reviewed by a city arborist to make sure that the proposed species will work with the site here. It was noted that any fence along the railroad track needs to match the corresponding fences along on the other side of the tracks along Bay Street and IKEA. It was noted that there is a reclaimed water line that runs up Horton Street, and the project should use this for their landscaping needs. And there was a lot of discussion regarding the siting of various open spaces. So, other than the comment on this, the park, what they are calling the park parcel 1, is that we should see at least some preliminary programming of how this park is going to be used. The other thing that was noted, that the other two areas, this park parcel 2 and park parcel 3, these were kind of too small to really function as open space, and there were several suggestions that were thrown up, and one that was suggested is doing something that was seen in the earlier when you had the central green, is to have a connection, is to kind of crop this parcel and have a connection from the Greenway to Herbert Street Extension, and have this, which would be a larger park space, which would be more functional. In terms of density bonus, like I mentioned, they do not qualify for the open space category, and so they would need to come up with something else. And the staff felt that instead of the art gallery that they are proposing under the flexible category, we are suggesting that the applicant could make a contribution towards development of the city's Arts Center building, which is right behind you on Hollis Street. This building is within the Park Avenue district and is within the walking distance, and I think it is better to have one big viable art center than to have two, which may struggle or may not struggle. But that was one of the suggestions that was made by staff. We also suggested that within the public improvements category, that the applicant could contribute towards provide sidewalks and street improvements on Hubbard Street between Park and Sherwin Avenues. And in addition to that, also provide sidewalks along the south side of Sherwin Avenue. Along the north, which is their frontage, they will be required to provide that, but as part of the project entitlement. But they could, for bonus points, provide sidewalks on the south side of Sherwin Avenue, given that there's a low likelihood of redevelopment of parcels along this area, which would trigger that requirement. In terms of their proposed parking and open space standards, so our regulations do not allow for compact spaces, and there's a reason for that. We have seen that where they exist, there are functional problems, and we feel that they should not be permitted on this development as well. We noted that there is no bicycle parking that has been provided at this time, and we agree with BPAT that they should at least show the general location. And like I noted earlier, that if no bicycle standards are provided, then the planning regulations will apply, and they will have to comply with our regulations for bicycle parking. Regarding open spaces, so what they're proposing is that the total open spaces for the building residents should be considered on a project-wide basis. We feel that the open spaces should be provided on building-by-building basis, because the whole idea is to create a sense of community within the building. They can always go out to the public parks, but this kind of gives the residents additional amenities in their big buildings, which are 75 feet tall with number of units. So, and that was the intention of providing private and open and common open spaces. Sorry. Again, they want complete flexibility in terms of the division between private and common open space. Staff feels that the private open space are critical for a livability of a unit in a multi-unit complex. And while we understand that it may not be feasible to provide a balcony or some such equivalent for each unit, then the substitution should be provided at a higher level, not at 1-to-1. It should be at least what the planning regulations is at 2-to-1. And this is not particularly difficult to do. These buildings are going to have podium, and to provide that additional common open space where they need to do the substitution is relatively simple. So what we are looking for, Commission's comment, are on the following issues. First of all is the siting of the parcels, the buildings, and the public open space. Are these acceptable? What does the Commission think of the applicant's proposed modifications to the standards regarding parking, loading, and private and common open space? What does the Commission think regarding preservation of trees? If the Commission wishes to see the preservation of trees, then this would be with the understanding that the green streets sidewalk widths will not be in compliance. Does the Commission wish to see the preliminary programming of public open spaces at this stage? And if so, does the Commission have suggestions? And in addition, does the Commission agree with the staff suggestions regarding Hubbard Street and Sherwin Avenue sidewalk improvements? Does the Commission agree that the applicant's flexible category bonus points should be a contribution towards the city's art center rather than an art gallery and community room within the project? And does the Commission agree with BPAC's recommendation that the proposed 20-foot greenway along the railroad tracks be designed to provide the 15-foot concrete path and a 5-foot DG granite path for its entire length? And of course, any other issues or recommendations on any aspect of the project. So that concludes my presentation. The applicant does have a presentation for you. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, I will hand it over to the applicant for his presentation.
Thank you, Maru. Are there any questions of staff from the commission? Mr. Banta.
Yeah, Maru, thanks for the great presentation. The building A, parcel A rather, which I think is going to be office space, is that correct?
Correct.
And
correct.
Where is the parking for that building located?
That would be, the parking for that building is in parcel B1.
So you would, if you worked in parcel A, you would drive up to Hubbard Street to access the garage for parking?
Yeah, so let me just
Sure.
bring that up. So if you worked in parcel A, then you would either come to Hubbard Street in either direction and then access it here.
Got it. And then there'd obviously be some
Then you
pedestrian access straight across.
Right. So I mean, so they would need to design this building so that the most efficient way within this building to this building here.
Right. I have a couple of other questions for you also. The bike path at the railroad, beside the railroad that you spoke to us about, you showed us two different versions. One was divided by a planter strip, I think 4 feet wide. And then there was, I think, a final recommended version, which was 15-foot concrete path with a 5-foot decomposed granite.
That is recommended by the BPAC.
The BPAC.
BPAC is the bicycle, it's the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Subcommittee.
And how does that jive with the emergency vehicle access needs?
That would be fine with the emergency vehicle. What they are proposing would be fine. What the emergency vehicle does not allow, that would be fine with that.
And how does what was the staff's reaction to that recommendation?
We are okay with that. I think we would prefer. What the BPAC is proposing, is proposing that it be 15 foot with a 5 feet.
Yeah.
I believe we are okay with that.
And is that 15 foot, that's a pretty wide path, is that found elsewhere in Emeryville?
That is pretty wide.
Well, I can say the whatever it is, the one with the 4 feet of that cross section is what's shown in the citywide design guidelines for the design of a greenway path. And the planting strip needs to be eliminated, as Miru said, in the part where it's going to provide fire department access, because the fire department doesn't want to be driving over landscaping. I do agree that changing it to 15 and 5, the 15 is kind of wide. Perhaps it could be more like 12 and 8 or something like that.
Okay. Okay, a couple other questions. You referred to, I think, dog park facilities, is that right? Or sort of sections of the open space possibly being dedicated for dogs?
A suggestion that was made by...
And has the applicant had any response to that, or is there any...
You will have to hear from them. We have not, we have not received any comments regarding that.
Okay.
But that would be a chance for the applicant during their presentation to respond.
And my last question is related to the recommendations about the art gallery, that those funds be dedicated to the art center instead.
Correct.
Now, is that a reflection of the need for the art center to collect more funds? Is it?
Yes. Yes.
Having a challenge with that
correct.
Aspect?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also that in the same Park Avenue district to have 2 art centers, it's better to consolidate, focus on one. And of course we need the money.
Would this contribute enough money to, it wouldn't?
It's not going to make it would be an addition to the money. It also really depends on the applicant in terms of how many bonus points, how big a check they want to write. Is essentially what it comes down to. So at this point, I cannot say that it will fund. But even if they were to write a check for 50 bonus points, which is what they need, because 50 will be obtained by affordable units, then we need to know what would be the valuation of their project, because that's how it's calculated. But it's very unlikely that the 50 point, if they write a check for 50 bonus points, that would still fund the center. But it would just certainly make a huge contribution.
I just have one question, Ms. Desai. Have you heard about anything from AC Transit on their plans to do away with or somehow move the F bus line stop? That was revealed earlier this evening, but I was wondering if you had heard anything about that.
I have not, but I think Charlie may have some words on that.
I can address that. That is not correct. The AC Transit previously, well, they recently did a route restructuring study, and as a result of that, they have implemented a number of changes to their various routes as of earlier this month, I believe, including extension of the 57 line back to the public market where it used to go. Part of that was also considering rerouting the F bus, which is a Transbay bus that goes from downtown Berkeley to San Francisco. Currently it goes via Market Street and 40th Street in Oakland, and then it comes down 40th in Emeryville and gets on the freeway at Powell Street. They had considered rerouting that along Powell and Stanford or some other route that would take it away from 40th Street. There was so much community opposition to that proposal that they said they would reconsider it and defer a decision on it, and most recently I heard that they've just dropped the idea altogether. So they're just leaving the F line as it was.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Maru, thank you. If the developer would like to come up.
Just like one more thing, sure. I'd like to point your attention to a letter that was received on the study session on the project from Jeffrey Arco. It was an email. I just wanted, I think it was, you received it both by email, and the hard copies should be in front of you.
Great, thank you, Maru. Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Ma with Lennar, and happy to be here with you this evening. And before we start our presentation, similar to the comments were made earlier, we wanted to thank staff for all of their hard work and countless hours that they've put in to get us to this stage of the project. We really enjoyed working with staff and look forward to working with them more. And so, you know, Maru has covered quite a bit of information on our project so far this evening. And so our goal tonight, quickly introduce Ron Metzger with LPAS Architects. He's a principal and partner at the firm, and he's going to help kind of present some of the design details with us this evening. And so our goal is just to supplement some of the information, not have to duplicate a lot of the information that Maru has covered already, and tell you kind of more about our project. Let me see if I can go to full screen. Great, so this is just a cover shot, you know, just showing some imagery of what we think this project could eventually become from a design and activation and just overall kind of mood and feel of the project. So hopefully that kind of gives everybody a better sense of kind of where our heads are at in terms of an end goal, simply because at this, you know, PDP stage, it's really hard to kind of visualize a lot of kind of what is to come during the FDP stage. So we're hoping this just kind of helps set the mood here. And so, you know, quickly we could just move through this slide. This is just the regional location for the site, and I think Maru covered a lot of that already. And so she also touched on this slide as well, which is the zoning overlay for our project. So I don't think we need to spend too much more time there. And so what we're hoping to do, and you know, kind of the genesis of kind of my presentation tonight was to talk about kind of all of the progress that we've made with the community and with the park committee over the better part of a year, I think, as we have been working with them in very productive meetings, kind of roll up your sleeves and really kind of understanding kind of what the community would like to see from a site planning standpoint and kind of how that evolution has occurred with our plans. And so what this is kind of what Maru showed earlier tonight, but this is kind of where our project and site plan laid out when we first submitted our EIR, call it the better half of a year ago. And so there were several elements that I think that the community and the park working group kind of came back and gave us some very good constructive feedback on. And so you can kind of see this kind of evolution of the site plan in the first steps to the EIR alternatives that we had submitted, I think you guys saw in the staff report and that were covered earlier tonight. And so there's a general progression, and I will actually, on the actual final site plan, kind of highlight how we got to this progression. So this is kind of, those are the two alternatives. And then ultimately, like Maru mentioned, this is our final site plan. And really, when we engaged with the community and with the park residents group, kind of there are four main design features and kind of goals that they had set out for us when we look at the project from a site planning and PDP standpoint. The first one, as that Maru mentioned, was kind of the realignment of the internal street. So, you know, earlier we had kind of a center greenway area, and the street kind of had come down kind of further south on the site, on the southern portion of the site here onto Horton. And so one of the requests that we had was actually to realign the street, take the kind of the open space areas that we had in the middle of the streets, which they felt were kind of not the optimal location for the green spaces, and also to kind of push this street entrance as far north as possible. So that was kind of a very good feedback and a move that we made. In addition to that, the second kind of request that we had was to basically shift as much of the density of the project, the residential component, that we could to the northernmost part of the project. They wanted to kind of have the density be centered that way, and then kind of in conjunction with that, one of the requests was looking to combine or aggregate as much of the kind of park and open space layouts as we could with the city park parcel to create kind of a very generous large park area that had that had good public access from an existing street, which in this case was Sherwin. So those were kind of two combined moves and kind of requests that we had gotten from the community to basically push our buildings further north and then actually open this whole area up for the public park parcel, which I think is just over 2 acres. I think, Ron, is that about right? And by doing that, what happens is this creates this large park parcel that has full solar access. To Commissioner Banta's question earlier, we are totally open to having a discussion about a dog park. What we've kind of purposely haven't programmed a lot of the elements of these open spaces yet, knowing that during the FDP, we'll be re-engaging with the community and with the park group and with the Parks and Rec Commission to really kind of decide on kind of what is the best programming for these spaces. So we're very open to having those discussions. And then the fourth kind of design element that was introduced during all of our meetings was looking at the building heights along the existing street frontages, so both along Horton and Sherwin. And kind of the request was that, you know, this existing building, Parcel A, Building 131 as we call it, is 42 feet high. And what they asked was to have the building frontages, the building heights along the existing public streets to have similar building heights to Building 131. So as such, Ron and his team studied that type of revision to our building footprints, and as you can see here in the plan that we are proposing to step down our buildings to 45 feet along along both Horton and Sherwin, and then step this building down to 65 feet along the park edge, because there is such a generous setback from the existing street there. So from a building massing standpoint, with that generous setback, you don't kind of get that same kind of height reading as you would with some of these other buildings that are closer to the street areas. So ultimately, I mean, that was the four kind of big design moves that we had made in working with the community and with the Park Residents Committee. And that's all kind of being reflected in our revised PDP submittal, as you see it here. In addition, you know, one of the other kind of discussion topics they brought up, and you heard it earlier tonight, was kind of about traffic and then how to mitigate, you know, traffic. What are the transit alternatives that our site kind of has inherently and that we could provide? And so this slide just quickly touches on that. And so I'll kind of go through the list here briefly. Is that so from an Emeryville standpoint, the existing Emeryville stop is located right here on 45th and Hollis, so a 1 block kind of walk from our project, which is in close proximity. There was a request to look at bringing Emeryville down Horton, so it has closer proximity to the project itself. We actually had in-depth discussions with Emeryville and their operator on that, and the issue or the challenge for them is that since Horton Street is a bicycle boulevard, Emeryville is not allowed to operate their shuttles down a bike boulevard because of the kind of safety interaction between bikes and the shuttles. So that's just, I think, just a design note to be aware of. In addition to Emeryville, 11-minute walk to the Amtrak station, kind of a straight shot down Horton to take the Amtrak train, kind of where it to for the regional service throughout the Bay Area. And then in terms of AC Transit, there are multiple kind of lines, and you saw there's a slide that we didn't include here tonight that shows the regional AC Transit stops. But I think the one that most importantly to take in mind of is that the Transbay bus, like Charlie had mentioned, there's a stop actually at Horton and 40th, and so that's about a 3-minute walk or so to that stop. And there are 50 Transbay buses that commute into downtown San Francisco each way during commute hours over there. So we've actually confirmed that with AC Transit about their capacity and capabilities there. In addition, so one of the concerns that we had heard from the community on the Transbay service was that currently there's already a strong ridership, and a lot of those buses are full by the time they get to Emeryville, because it's one of the last stops before they go into San Francisco. What we heard actually was some very good news is that AC Transit is actually planning to deploy double-decker Transbay buses starting middle of 2017, and I think the majority of those lines are going to be all double-deckers. I think they said by early 2018, so that's their way of increasing capacity for commuters as they go into San Francisco. So those are kind of the 3 existing transit alternatives. And then so look, when we look onto our project, we actually so we have kind of 3 other transit alternatives, one of those being the Bay Area Bike Share. So we've actually reached out to Bay Area Bike Share and have gotten their commitment to partner with them to actually install a Bay Area Bike Share station, within the property. We haven't determined exactly where that's going to go yet. We can bring that before you guys during the FDP stage, but we're thinking kind of closer here to the public park would be a good location for that, so it has kind of good central usage for not only our residents but for the community at large. In addition, we are committed to bringing a car share station to our site too. We haven't, that's the city car share or the zip car kind of operator or business plan type of operations, and so we haven't partnered with them just quite yet, but we have committed to bringing that car sharing feature into the project. And then last but not least, we've also heard from the community about the whole EBOTS program, the potential for the kind of Emeryville, Berkeley, Oakland area to have a streetcar in the near future. And so what we've actually did is reached out to a streetcar consultant to obtain an alignment through our project that could potentially bring a streetcar through if the regional streetcar kind of concept was ever rolled out to a greater extent within the East Bay. So that just quickly highlights the transit options there. In addition, we have devised a TDM plan, which is a traffic demand management plan, which is basically a set of mitigation measures that we would be willing to implement that would further reduce traffic and during the course of the operations of this project. So some of those examples that we've talked about earlier was the bike share, the car share. We're going to be implementing AC Transit Easy Passes to the residents. We're going to have pre-tax commuter benefits for the commercial workers and the employees in this building. We're talking about a transit coordinator that would be on site to help kind of coordinate kind of alternative transit options and scenarios for a lot of our residents. And let me just double check my list here. That plan also contemplated bicycle repair facilities, ride matching, unbundled parking. And so ultimately, with this TDM plan, we actually had our traffic consultant, Nelson Nygaard, run a traffic simulation based on the city's EIR study, same kind of baseline traffic demand. And what they said was that, hey, if you guys implement all of these measures, you're looking at reducing your traffic on this project alone by an additional 17% of kind of what was looked at during the EIR. So I think that's going to be, you know, a positive step forward. We're still committed to bringing in all of the traffic mitigation improvements that Maru had touched on earlier this evening, but we think this is just another step in the direction to kind of get people out of their cars. And on that same note, we actually have received initial endorsement and certification from Green Trip. If you guys are familiar with that, it's a regional agency that studies a lot of these mixed use and residential communities, and they basically provide an analysis about how well a project basically reduces traffic and trips and looks at kind of being smart about transit planning. So they've actually studied our project. They've have drafted an initial endorsement letter, and I think that I don't know if that's made it over to staff yet, but I think that should be any day now of getting that letter out to the public. And on that note, well, like Maru mentioned earlier, there was actually, from the bike parking standpoint, we will be providing one-to-one bicycle storage and parking within our project. So there will be bike parking in every single one of these buildings that you see here. And that's actually one of the kind of foundations or components within the Green Trip certification. So there will be ample bike storage and parking for the project. So that really covers our transit story for the project. And then now I think Ron is going to take the mic here and kind of go into more of some of the actual design elements of the project itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. So hi, I'm Ron Metzger with LPAS. I'm very happy to be here again. So the PDP that we're reviewing today is really a guideline document. It provides a framework for what will come later, really the FDP process. So there's certain specificity that is not in here, such as the design of the open space, as Kevin mentioned. The plan was that there would be additional public outreach with various stakeholders and park people to find out really what needed to be there. But with our work with the neighbors, we determined what the overall configuration of open space and what the goals for that were to be. And so in talking with them, it was mentioned that originally there was a smoother transition from Hubbard to the Emeryville Greenway this way. What we heard from the neighbors is that is less important. We really want to maximize density in this area, and this is a fine connection like that. So don't sacrifice the amount of units that you can put over here. Let's maximize that and provide more open space that it has connectivity to larger open space like the park. And so we looked at a variety of different configurations. The main one was that was with all of the various competing issues to look at was what we have in front of us is really to create the largest open space here that leverages the 2.08 acres to maximize the size of the city-owned parcel and connects it, really creating a visible defensible park along Sherwin Avenue. The other thing that was really appealing, and this came out of the neighbors' own proposal, was really creating a connection through the project, a visual connection from here all the way into Hubbard. So what we tried to do is this building used to be fatter. We made it thinner, and so we could create a more open connection here, and then we maintained a 40-foot connection here. So this was more of a pocket park. We wanted active uses along the edge to be able to activate the street, and so there's a proportion and connectivity to the street that we felt was important, whereas here those uses are considerably further back because the park itself activates that edge. The other thing about this building here is, oops, how did I do that?
Yeah, maybe use that there.
Okay. as we looked at building footprints, we tried to look at what is the minimum size footprint that we can do. All of these buildings are designed as 2-level podiums, with the exception of this one. This one will have a multi-level parking configuration in the middle of it. In fact, I'm going to go to the next plan. What you see here is our ground level activation plan. And the idea behind this is we have public streets, we have public open space. We don't want to just have parking facing all of that. We want to provide active uses to the extent possible around those. And so in building B here, we have uses that would face Sherwin Avenue and help activate that street edge, and then all along Hubbard, and then along the Parkway coming through the site here, and then the same thing coming through this way. Across the street, we would have residential, and so when we talked about activating uses, it could be retail, it could be live work, it could be residential units, it could be amenity space, it could be gallery space. But we've lined 3 sides here, and then the 4th side over here, and then the same thing over here and a little bit over here. Where we can't do it is on this edge, and this is really parking. And so it was asked about how are we parking building A. The idea here is we'll have multiple levels of parking to serve not only the residents here, but also the office building here. And yes, you would be able to walk directly from there at grade level to that building. The rest of the buildings have a 2-level podium, so parking on 2 levels. If this building gets pushed back, then it becomes very problematic to actually get a ramp and to make that function and provide parking in that building. So we felt that the length of this building was appropriate in order to get parking to work and to activate all of the sides of the building. If we shrink it smaller, then what could happen is we'd expose parking on the edge of the building facing the open space, and we may it may squeeze out here and block this connection through from the street over into the middle of the project. As I mentioned, these are ground floors, essentially kind of footprints, but the actual configuration of the buildings may be considerably different. So this project really has the opportunity to really enhance the neighborhood, create open space, create activity space, to really create a lifestyle environment that supports what is really a great neighborhood already. So going in, I just want to kind of highlight some of the edges. So we've tried to consolidate park space along Sherwin Avenue. So the larger city-owned parcel here expands along the frontage of Sherwin Avenue. We've set this building way back to accommodate that. As you come across Hubbard, this building matches the setback of the existing building, and the height is similar, and then it steps back in that manner. Some of the images that you see here are looking at, well, how do you create kind of that industrial vibe that's in the existing community in open space? So it's just some precedents that we're starting to look into. And again, these start to come forward in the FDP process. Looking at sections for those buildings, if you were standing on Sherwin, looking back at the building, you would see the parapet edge at that 45-foot height limit, and then the rest of the building is set back to be more or less screened. Similarly, when we had a large park, the upper level is set back accordingly. When we have the park space, the Hubbard space, it's not just building to building. We would imagine sometimes you'll have a straight edge, sometimes you'll have a podium that's exposed, like you see here. And then this was just a rendering showing what the scale of buildings might be like on Sherwin Avenue with open space, looking back out to the community, what kind of imagery for that park space might be developed during the FDP as it gets developed in detail. When we look at Horton Street with the more pocket park, which really just folds into the project this way, what kind of activity spaces? We're thinking that amenity spaces, gallery spaces, and whatnot would spill into this space in the middle. And again, the building section along Horton Street looks like that. So we're trying to preserve the existing height of the buildings that you see on the street there. And then this is the scale of the main park space going through right there. Again, another artist rendering of what that might be look like in terms of the scale, with the taller buildings in the back, and maybe the podium starts to spill into that space. So the idea is, again, to not just have a wall at the street, but to open that up and encourage vista. This building back in the background would be on Hubbard Street. You know, this is the old Sherwin-Williams paint factory. We're also thinking that, you know, not only is it an old industrial use, but it is also a paint factory. And so color and should also be celebrated in this project, as well as arts, because of the community that surrounds us. And so we're just starting to look at images that help support that idea of what this project might be like and what it might give back to the community. So then the other open space component is the greenway. We'd be extending it from the bicycle bridge area over here all the way across the site, all the way to Halleck Street over here. And it's different in character than a larger open space, and we're thinking it can also have quite a variety of uses, with interpretation areas, active play areas. You know, it's interesting, this is an industrial site again. It could be rehabilitated into a pollinator garden as you go through here. So it could be a very exciting, diverse, and interesting place to travel through as you come through the Sherwin-Williams site. And then again, this was the bike path. The preference was to eliminate the landscape in the middle of it. As we go into the the final development plan, FDP, where we will be starting to look at development details of buildings around the community, and how that might translate into a new building, both historically and what you currently have. Before we get back into that, there was a couple of other things that I just wanted to mention in terms of flexibility and parking and open space. You know, what we've tried to do in our document is think about, well, what might we experience as we go forward into the FDP process, knowing that this is a warehouse, historically a warehouse area, and if you look at the quality of these buildings, oops, I keep doing that. The idea of creating a typical residential building where you have stacked balconies going all the way up through the building is probably not the character that we would want to replicate if we look at the precedent images here. And so the idea would be, well, if that's the case, maybe if certain units don't have balconies, you know, how do we deal with that open space? And then the other thing is, because we have 2.08 acres of open space surrounding that, we want to help activate those. So that's why we wrote the open space criteria of the 60 square feet, which is the city standard, but being able to substitute back and forth without the penalty. In terms of compact parking, the idea is not to just squeeze in more parking and do narrower parking. It's been our experience that as you go through it, you know, invariably things come up, like a sewer line has to go down, or your fire sprinkler riser has to come up, or some other building support or a column might shorten a space that you would otherwise have. And so we were just looking at, well, if we have a 10% overage that we're allowed, maybe we could, if required, we could, that would allow for that 10% on the parking component.
Great, thanks, Ron. And so just kind of in closing, after Ron has kind of touched on a lot of the design features, we just wanted to give a quick summary of kind of just the overall kind of benefits that the project is proposing to bring forward. And I'll just run through these quickly. So, you know, the first one, removing blight. This is a vacant industrial site. It's been that way for quite a while. We really look forward to developing that into kind of a vibrant mixed-use community that the whole city and the community can be very proud of. From architectural preservation, we're looking to basically breathe new life into Building 131, kind of turn that into a very creative office use there, and really bring back the vibrancy of that building and kind of its significant structure and its kind of place within the Park Avenue district. From an educational enrichment standpoint, we've been in discussions with the school district about helping them partner with kind of funding a need, or kind of various kind of fundraising or other drives that they're going to have, and I think they're eager to kind of see our project kind of move forward. as well. In terms of promoting the arts, like Ron mentioned, some of the discussions that we've been having with the community and the Park Avenue district is on the plaza here. On this main plaza is actually, and I think you guys saw this in the letter, is actually programming this and designing it so that it speaks to the arts, culture, and history of the city and of the neighborhood. And so we're more than happy to work with the community to have that programming and potentially bring in a public gallery space and / community meeting room within this area as well. And then so. Like Maru mentioned earlier, in terms of on-site affordability, we hope to be the first major project in Emeryville that can bring forward the revised zoning guidelines and the density bonus and public benefits program that the council brought forward last fall. And so I think we'll bring much needed kind of diversity of housing options into the project, including family-friendly units that would comply with the city's design standards. Home ownership, we are placing a condo map on the project to give us the flexibility to decide whether it's going to be ownership or rental. And then finally, the transit alternatives that we discussed earlier, kind of the on-share or the on-site Bay Area bike share station, the car sharing, and all of the kind of the various TDM measures there. Open space, like that's weird. Open space, like Ron mentioned, is going to be a critical component. I think there haven't been very many projects that have been able to bring forward this amount of open space and parks within a project. And I think that's going to be a great feature that we could bring forward. Similar to the neighborhood spaces and the activated streets, like Ron mentioned earlier, we've talked to the Emeryville Community Garden organizations. They would be interested in bringing a community garden onto our project. We're looking at bringing in neighborhood serving retail in here to kind of further activate the existing kind of street feel and energy. And then from a connectivity standpoint, like Maru mentioned, one of the bonus points categories that we're looking towards is committing funds to help with the Horton Street landing and the pedestrian and bike bridge going over to Bay Street. And on that note, in terms of the bonus points, like Maru mentioned, in terms of us building the city park, the one thing that we would throw out there maybe for consideration from the commissioners tonight is to maybe allow that as to be part of the flexible community benefit. So we could build that park and deploy some of those funds into that city park parcel. But if there isn't that ability, we would then work with the community to kind of redistribute some of those public benefit funds to some of the kind of public improvements that Maru talked about, whether that's kind of improving the Hubbard Street kind of a little bit further away from our site, or bringing more kind of funds into helping with the Horton Street landing park there. So I think we're open to having those types of discussions. And so with that, I kind of leave it open to feedback. I don't know if it'd be helpful for us to maybe go through some of the staff questions and maybe address some of those from our viewpoint. I don't know if you guys would find that helpful to help supplement some of those questions, or we could move into discussion.
I think maybe we could bunch all our questions at the end after the public.
Yeah, I think we'll wait on that and see what comes up in the commissioner comments and the public comments.
Great.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Great, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for staff or the project developer at this point?
I have questions, but I'll wait until after I hear public comment.
Gonna wait?
Same.
Okay. And before we open the public comment, can I ask for a show of hands of the audience who's interested in speaking on this item so I can get an idea of how many people we're going to be bringing? Okay. The more and more. Reason being is I need a break, and if we're going to have quite a few talks and I want to be able to focus on your remarks, I think I'm going to call for a 5-minute break before we get into the public comment. Seeing everyone's here, we'll bring the committee back into session, and we will open it to public comment. Again, keeping your comments on the Sherman-Williams project study session and comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kevin Kellogg, Horton Street Lofts. Thanks, commissioners, for everything you're doing. This is a long project. I'm on the Park Avenue Residence Committee, and we in the development team, Lennar and their design team, have all worked together very diligently for a quality project. We recognize it's complicated, it's a complex project, it's detailed, and we appreciate your patience. It's been a long night. We've made good progress. There's still a lot of work to be done. The staff report is thorough. The analysis is good. We support Maru's recommendations for the most part. We've prepared some more detailed notes that I gave to Maru, and I believe she handed out, addressing each of the questions that she brought forward. And in the short time I have here at the podium, I just wanted to emphasize a few points. Number one, the regulatory framework in Emeryville is very well thought out and represents our policies, and they should be followed. For the most part, parking, open space, landscape, street, and sidewalk design standards should be addressed and met in the PDP phase and not deferred to the final development plan. Once this site plan is approved, it'll be so locked in, and there'll be little chance to change it in the final plan. So I think those should be addressed now. The buildings certainly can be addressed in the final phase. There should be adequate resolution of the design to determine if these and other design guidelines will be able to be met in the final development plan and not to be precluded. Some things that should be included in the proposal that currently are not, although they weren't according to my earlier reading, but Kevin brought them up in his presentation. We think there should be multiple car share locations. They should maximize the amount of cars that the market for share cars can support in this location and that are available to the public. There should be charging stations that are available to the public and built into the garages. And in each residential building, I was glad to hear that there will be bike parking, but I think that we should require end-of-trip facilities that really do address the ability to impact the vehicle transportation, and those should include bike rooms with lockers, wash-up and repair areas. And this should be required whether bikes are allowed in the apartments or not. The park spaces that are proposed should be programmed, and I think preliminary design of the park should be included in this submittal during this phase, and there should be at least 2 public workshops, one for programming and one for design alternatives. This should happen in the PDP phase and not deferred to the final development phase. In the final phase, there should also be another public presentation and opportunities for input. Public spaces should be part of a public design process. Lastly, the affordable housing. Am I done?
You're done. Thank you. That is 3 minutes, sir. We are trying to be respectful of each other.
Okay, so we have a general plan in Emeryville, and it's, I don't know, it's 8 years old or something like that, somewhere around there. General plans have a horizon of, it's like 20, some say 25 years. 20 is more commonly set as the useful life of a general plan. So we've got like maybe 12 years left in our general plan. The plan recognizes that Emeryville is extremely underserved vis-a-vis parks and open space. I mean, it's dramatic compared to Oakland. We are vastly underserved, and the general plan, in its wisdom, recognizes that fact and proposes that we build a lot of parks, a huge number of acreage of parks between now and 12 years from now. So the question is, where's that parkland going to be? Where can we put it? Well, the answer is the only way to put parkland in Emeryville, which is pretty well built out, is in the way we did Doyle Hollis, which was to seize by eminent domain a business and a building, pay to move the business, tear down the building, clean up the land, and build a park. That's what we did with Doyle Hollis. Good on us for that. We're going to have to do a lot more of that for the next 12 years. A lot more. I mean, more land than this entire project. Considerably more land than this entire project we're going to have to do in the next 12 years. So I propose that we do good governance. This entire project should be one city park, one large city park. It will go a long ways to fulfilling our required obligations vis-a-vis the general plan, and it'll be much cheaper. This is fallow land. We won't have to pay businesses to move out. We won't have to tear down existing buildings, paying much more for the property because the land value will be much higher with the building on it. So we can get our parkland now, sooner rather than 12 years from now. So if we vision this not as another residential project, which, you know, we could do, instead do what the general plan asks us to do, or tells us we need to do, which is increase our acreage of park and open space. It can be done. We can get the parks now, and we can get them done more cheaply than if we do it the Doyle Hollis way. So I propose we consider this. It should be considered a viable option. Now, I've heard a lot of the commissioners here tonight speaking that, praising the residents, that they all are behind another massive PUD project with a lot more residents. Well, here's one resident that's not. And I think what I'm saying is reasonable. We're talking about getting parkland that we need and want to have now, and doing it more cheaply than doing it later by condemning businesses and buildings and tearing them down. So that's what I think we should do here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Feeney. I've been a resident in the Park Avenue district for about going on 5 years now. And I really just wanted to make a really brief comment to the developers to thank them for listening to the community and creating a large park space. A lot of the parks, the few parks that we have in the district, are small and typically in the shadow of large buildings, where this provides a very bright and open park that can bring the community together and as many people will probably speak to, but really activate the space, which I think is important in our area of the town. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I'm so glad that you covered all the points that had changed in the project as a result with dialogue with the community, because so much work has happened behind the scenes over the last 2 years with regard to developing this project. You remember the ROMLA, you remember the various things, the moving the road north, combining the parkland into one place. All of those things came from enormous work on behalf of community members who met in their own buildings, hashed things out, then met four groups together, hashed things out, then met with the developers time and time again, and came together with a plan that is much, much improved, and I'm grateful to the developers for doing that. Just a couple of quick comments. One is the dog park issue. I think that should be deferred because there is another dog park being considered under Beach Street by a group of citizens who are trying to get that organized. So that we should know how that turns out. In general, I personally don't like the idea of writing a check for a city need elsewhere, even if it's in the same district, to mitigate stuff that happens in a specific neighborhood. I'd like to see the focus be on improvements to this project in exchange for bonus points. Of course, home ownership. We're going to have half the home owners. When this project is done, we will have half the home ownership of Brazil in terms of percent. Brazil has 60% home ownership. We'll be below 30% as it currently stands.
Hi, Rob Arias. I write the Evil Eye Community News. I just want to piggyback off of, I wasn't even planning on coming and speaking, but hearing what Mike says about home ownership, it's the most important thing in this city. I'm sorry. I thank you for Park for all the energy they've put into this. I thank Sherwin for listening to us. Some of the suggestions they've made are very welcome. Ideas for improving transit and of course the open space and contribute 17% affordable housing. I think that would be very welcome, especially by our city council. But I'll use this example that I've used before. Is there anybody here from Icon on Park? Icon on Park? No, second largest building in our neighborhood, and nobody comes to meetings. I have to conclude that they don't really care. We could only get advocacy in this neighborhood through a stable base of residents, and the only way we're going to do that is through home ownership. So I'm glad to hear that you guys are still considering it, and I want to strongly, I don't have a vote on this, but if you add that in there, you got my vote. Oh, it's market driven.
Thank you. Any more speakers?
Hi, Tim Curran, 4250 Horton Street. So first of all, the two unavoidable significant impacts that the TIA that you just didn't approve are showing the internal inconsistency of the general plan. You guys are given a tough nut because you are given a lot of traffic to put on streets that aren't allowed to have that traffic. 3 bicycle boulevards right around this parcel. So that issue is just back there. And I think staff is expecting an overriding statement of consideration to kind of wipe that away, and which means wiping away the old bicycle boulevard. So a couple other things. The TDM kind of floated by the applicant was underwhelming, but it was interesting that he was able to calculate the reduction in traffic by 17% from his source when the TIA wasn't able to calculate the TDM. So it shows you we need to have those solid TDMs for the EIR to review and to see how that's going to affect traffic. Okay. Street trees, removal of the street trees on Horton Street. So to provide for the Green Street sidewalks. So does that mean the sidewalks are going to be widened there? If that does, I get out of the car there every day, and when I open my door, only one car is able to pass during the time I'm exiting my vehicle. The street is narrow. If we expand the sidewalk, we're going to be narrowing the roadway, and it is already a very narrow roadway to accommodate cyclists and cars there. They wait until I get out of my car and exit the roadway because there's not enough room to go by. So I would say, please don't remove the street trees. Please allow them to stay. Please find another arborist who knows how to plant trees and choose the species and prepare the soil so the roots don't rip up the sidewalk and you don't have another excuse to remove the trees. So that's what I have to say.
Okay. Any more public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we will close public comment and bring it back to the commission. And Commissioner King, do you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could ask questions starting of the applicants first. Starting with the following question. I don't recall who actually said this, but one of you said that you anticipate getting development points for building the park on city parcel. Does that sound familiar?
Charlie, you want to go?
I heard them say it. Would you like?
And maybe the question is better suited for Charlie Maru. Is that
like
would there
response
be
from staff?
I would love a response from staff.
That's not an option. It's explained in the staff report. I'm looking for it now, but the planning regulations in the section on development bonuses has a list of different ways to get development bonuses, and one of them is to provide public open space. However, it specifies that the public open space provided in order to get those development bonuses has to be a percentage of the applicant's site, the applicant's project site. You know, you you dedicate more of your site to public open space and you get more bonus points. So in other words, they would have to dedicate more than 2.08 acres on their site in order to get the bonus points. I think I heard some mention about the flexible community benefit, which is undefined. Perhaps they're thinking they could request bonus points that way. I suppose that's a possibility. I would point out, however, that there is also a provision elsewhere in the planning regulations that says that developers can seek a credit for their park impact fees if they are building open space that would otherwise be funded by the impact fee. And the park on the city-owned site would be funded by the impact fee. And so they could potentially request a credit, potentially for all of their park impact fee, depending on how the numbers worked out, for building a park on the city parcel. However, they can't get both. They can't get both the bonus points and the fee credit. So in order to get bonus points for building on the park on the city parcel, that would not be the regular bonus points. That would have to be the special flexible community benefit if the city council chose to allow that, but then they wouldn't be eligible for the credit of the park fee.
Right, exactly kind of what Charlie said. I think we are open to kind of having those discussions to kind of figure out how to best kind of deploy those benefits to figure out how to bring that park improvement within the project. So I think we're on the same page.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Next question I have for you. In terms of the affordable housing units, are you, do you have an idea of whether it's going to exist in certain buildings, whether it be a single building, or would it be a scattered approach in terms of where you have the affordable units?
You know, good question. We are still, you know, I know Charlie mentioned that kind of decision gets made at the FDP stage. And so we're still looking at both possibilities, potentially partnering with like an affordable housing developer to maybe have a standalone building for the affordable units that would have, you know, the same architectural character, same look and feel as the market rate, but then it would be operated and professionally managed by a affordable housing management company, and so there's a lot of benefits that come with that, and so those are discussions that we're still having, and then that we'll bring that forward to the commission, I think, during the FDP stage.
Gotcha. I would be remiss if I didn't echo the sentiments, the strong sentiments of folks in the room who asked about home ownership. So just wanted to echo those voices by asking that question. What considerations have you made about that?
Yeah, I mean, so it's like we mentioned earlier that we are putting a condominium map on the project during the PDP stage, which gives us the flexibility to have the residential components either be for sale or rental. And that as Lennar, we have the ability to do both. And so what we've been kind of the message that we've been telling everybody is that decision will get made as we get closer to, you know, bringing these buildings to fruition and to market, and kind of seeing where we are kind of in the macroeconomics when we get to that stage.
Do you, Mr. Arnott, have any strong preferences one way or the other in reaction to staff's recommendation about a possible contribution to the City Arts Center versus the art gallery and community room proposed, and how does that weigh with the sentiments that you've been hearing from the community? Yeah, that's a great question. I was actually just talking with Sharon about that kind of during the break, and I think and Sharon can kind of provide feedback as well, but I think the thought is that there may be an option where we could do both. Right, where we could still provide kind of a more local serving public gallery space, community meeting room within our project, and still kind of make the a contribution to the city arts center itself. So I think there's some possibilities there. Sure. Looking at the landscape plan, I'm not sure if you can show the picture of the trees. I think it's on page 19 of your development plan. Yeah, page 19.
Yeah, do you have the Commissioner, was it this plan right here?
Yes. So the one that is the Schumer oak, I think it's the one in the second row, second column.
Okay.
See that? Schumer oak, it's listed here, it's labeled here on my development plan. So that bright red, what looks like on this picture a red tree, a big red tree from, and we can see it better on our plan. It looks like a very tall tree, distinctively red color, and that tree is lining Hubbard, I believe, and 46th Street. Just wanted to set some context to ask my question. Given just the size, the height, and the reach of the foliage of the trees, as well as color, is there any concern about if there was an emergency and there was a fire engine going down, up or down 46 or Hubbard, that fire engine could be camouflaged or impeded in some way because of the color and the height and the foliage?
Answer that, the landscape architect. It's a taller.
You need to come up to the microphone.
Come up to the microphone, please.
The Shoemart oak is a taller oak, so they will, the city arborist or whoever is doing the tree trimming will just limb up the lower branches, so there shouldn't be an issue. Typically like 20 feet high to get a fire truck through there.
Okay.
And it's also set back. That's why it's in that location, because it's further away from the building, closer to the street.
Okay. So the height, it won't impede the path, but in terms of the color, is there some kind of examination as to how the color might mix in with the color of a red fire truck?
Oh, well, it's a fall color. It's not that color all the time. So
okay.
It's for maybe less than a month that it would have that color.
Okay, gotcha. That's all the questions I got for now.
This is also the time for comments. So you want to add your comments?
Sure. Let's see. It would be nice to get clarification on when it is that color, just so we know. So if it's that color during the summer months, that might be a problem if that's fire season.
It only turns that color in the fall. Okay. And in fact, that photo is probably actually not a photo of that tree in this area, so it probably won't have quite as good a fall color. But
fantastic.
The idea is to have some color, some variation.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Going back to my questions earlier on, I think in consideration of where your affordable housing units will be placed, I think it just might be better planning just to have them scattered rather than just housed in one building or a section in the building, so we don't create this artificial kind of a stigma that might be attached to all the affordable housing units being located in one spot. So a scattered site approach might be a worthwhile idea for that. I do want to echo the comments about having charging stations and more car share spaces. It seems, Mr. Knott, can you clarify again how many car share spaces you were planning for this
So
plan?
talking with our traffic consultant, it's more of the way the car share is looked at, it's a dynamic process as you actually get residents going. And so what they've said is with the initial TDM that they're looking at maybe 2 to 3 car share installs. And what happens is these companies have real-time monitoring. And so as they realize that, hey, there's more being used, then it would be a kind of a dynamic system where we could add more stations or kind of adjust as needed. And so they said typically with these type of mixed-use developments, you always start off with about 2 or 3, and then you adjust as the resident demand or the community demand presents itself.
Gotcha. So is that demand made by the developer, or is that something that car share would have to just agree to?
Well, that's part of their business model. They actually can track the usage and the patterns and kind of whether the cars are available or not in the various stations.
Okay.
And so as they see that data come through, then those adjustments will be made.
And I presume the transit coordinator will be on top of that.
That'll be part of it as well.
Great.
And then to your question about EV charging stations, we will definitely have that. I mean, we kind of see that as a big future component of where cars are headed. And so we typically offer more than the city minimum requirements for charging stations. So we go over and above that for all of our buildings.
Okay, great. Continuing to look at staff's recommendation, in creating a more functional open area between Horton and parcel B2. It looks like, it seems like that's a recommendation that I really like, because it's really in the spirit of having that open space on the south west side. I think that open space is going to be a huge boon. So having, just to mirror that and just to be more consistent with that, I think that recommendation, suits it really well. I also agree with staff's recommendation, particularly about Hubbard Street and Sherwin Avenue sidewalk improvements. I think any improvements that invites more public participation in that open space can only be helpful, make it a true public space, not just in terms of what it is, but the pathways and the accessibility and the invitation to do so. I look forward to Lennar gaining more clarity as to what the community would prefer in terms of an arts center, making contributions to the City Arts Center versus what you propose in terms of an art gallery and community room. And I will yield for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Cardoza.
Well, I think it's come along very nicely, but there's so many unanswered questions regarding how each building is going to be done. There's no floor plans, there's no unit count in terms of 1, 2, 3 bedroom units. Also, it might be, I wonder if it'd be possible to say make parcel D, which is going to be a taller building, a condominium, and not have the others be condominiums, if that works best for you. It would be nice to get ownership units here. Other than that, I really would have to wait until I see a more complete set of plans to have any more comments.
Yeah, and Charlie, Murray, if you guys want to speak to that too, is that with the PDP level of kind of considerations, that we're just looking at the site planning and the footprints, and then as we go into the FDP, our goal is to bring forward all of those details for the next round of review and approvals, hopefully starting later this year. And so you'll see all of the fine-grained architecture, the landscape design, the unit layouts. All of that is kind of the next chapter.
Well, as far as the rough layout goes, I think it's acceptable, but you know, I might change my mind if I saw the details.
Okay.
Commissioner Manta.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation, guys. Ron, I think your photographs are fantastic of all the different imagery that by which you're trying to evoke the spirit and the texture and the tenor of the project. I think it's nicely done. I got a couple of specific questions for you. On your open space plan for parcel D, how close is parcel D to the property line, to the eastern property line there?
To the eastern property line. Well, the parcel goes all the way to the property line. In this diagram, the building is probably about 10 feet as it's shown, although yeah, that's the way it's shown.
And do you have any knowledge at all about what the layout would be for the approved high-rise next door?
I don't know what's the layout of the high-rise next door. You know, one of the things that we are looking at too is in that area, you know, that area we're proposing to be, we want to be able to have a walkway through there. We want to be able to have stormwater quality. We may actually bring utilities ultimately through there as we start to look at the mitigation or the development impacts with the existing mitigation that is in there. So that may be flexible in terms of what that setback is. But to your other point, I don't know exactly what the plan for the Novartis property is.
So I'm assuming that the podium courtyards you have there for the parcel D are facing east to allow to minimize your elevation along the eastern side there to allow for whatever might happen at the Novartis site. Is that correct?
Yes, that is partly correct. The courtyards on the buildings that are more towards the west are facing towards the east, and that is, on that particular building, that's part of it, but also to address the sound mitigation that would be coming from the railroad. So we want to make sure that the open space that's provided in each of those buildings is not influenced or doesn't have a sound impact from the railroad.
So the podium level would be at what level? Level 2, 3?
It would be at level
4.
I guess that would be level 3. We're typically proposing 2-level podiums in order to provide the parking.
So that's about 30 feet up, and you got a 100-foot high building there, right?
We in the PDP, it shows a 100-foot building. We would probably be looking at the confinement of the California Building Code, which may be more like 85 feet ultimately in that area.
So I guess my observation about this is that I appreciate the effort to provide as good a noise environment as possible to protect against the trains. But if you placed the podium courtyards facing west, you would get an increased number of units actually with a great view of towards the west, which would be towards the Bay, San Francisco, and especially towards the sunsets. So these spaces that you're showing right here are going to be in shade, at the end of the day, for both parcel C and D, and to a certain extent parcel B2 also. And I get why you're trying to do that. It all makes sense. But I'd encourage you to look at the other option, both for the benefit to the units that would accrue. You'd have more units with views. You'd have more open space that's going to be able to be enjoyed at the end of the day, bathed in end of the day sunlight. And sound, there are obviously mitigating sound in a unit can be an expensive proposition, but it is usually a function of the number of layers of glass that you're willing to pay for.
Yeah, and I think it was less about the unit itself as it is to the open space, and so we just need to look at that in more detail.
Okay, so I want to congratulate you guys on the evolution of your design and arriving at this aggregation of open space over in the southwest corner. I think it just makes tremendous sense. I think it's a great idea. In parcel A, that's the existing building. Is that a 3-story building?
It is.
It is. So they're pretty high.
Yeah, they have
floors, floor to floor. Okay. So could you go to the slide that shows the I think it's the transit neighborhood transportation map?
Sorry, it's back here.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, that's community connectivity. You have one which is like an overall. It's a bigger map of the whole area.
Sorry, it's that first one.
Further back. Yeah, right there, I think. Well, there's one that's a little bit closer, but.
Do you see the one with the dots on it?
Yeah, exactly.
The streetcar tracks.
That's further down.
Well.
Do we have it in here?
I think it is.
You might not have it in this.
Oh, actually, it may not be in this one, but
it might not be in this one. So if you don't mind going all the way back to your original one, that'd be helpful for me to be able to talk about it. So I see here, for example, that the bike routes are in green, and you noted that one of the objections that the Emery go-round had to coming down to provide service on Horton Street was that it would conflict with the bike route that goes along Horton Street. Is that correct?
Correct.
Although it looks like they do share routes with bike routes on 40th Street, and then also further up north from your site. I don't know what the street is, but it says Bike to Berkeley.
Well,
so there.
40th is much wider.
But,
right.
If I could, Commissioner Banta, the issue is that it is a boulevard. The designation of Horton Street prevents them from putting buses on it.
I got it. Okay.
The other streets are not bicycle boulevards.
Great. So one thing I noticed is that 45th Street is a bike route, and it goes all the way up to San Pablo, and it's 1 block south of the ECCL.
Right here.
And then it ends, of course, right at parcel A, the existing I guess it's the Historic Preservation Building. Could you go to a site plan that shows the, all the parcels together? Yeah, that's good. So you can barely see it, but 45th Street then, it terminates pretty much at the center of parcel A, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
So the open space that you have to the north of parcel A and B, between parcel B1 and B2, that is a pedestrian dedicated space that goes from Horton up to Hubbard. And what I'm understanding is that it's designed as a kind of an additional green open space that will be a benefit to the community, and that's where you're thinking of putting the art gallery and so forth. So what I'm going to suggest as one of my comments here is something that may be slightly radical and will cause everybody to roll their eyes, but what I think one of the things that makes cities great is connectivity. And for example, Rome and Paris and London and New York, they all have very clear-cut pathways from getting point A to point B. And this wonderful area, in this park area that you've aggregated into the southwest here, is just a fantastic opportunity to do a major statement of a landscape statement that's going to bring an enormous benefit to the city. But it's going to be pretty much hidden away in the southwest corner of your project that will be discovered by people who are bicycling along or by residents who know it happens to be there, or enjoyed most thoroughly by the people who are in your project and also immediately across the street, across Sherwin, and the projects there. And that's all good. They should be enjoying it and benefiting it. But I see an opportunity here to connect it to the rest of the city in a more direct way, and that is to take the open space you have between parcel B1 and B2 and move it over so that it aligns with 45th Street, and then punch a hole through parcel A, the parcel A building. You have 3 stories. You could make a 2-story opening that becomes a portal that allows the bike route to go directly on a straight line of sight all the way from San Pablo to this fantastic public park that you are creating on your project. Now, I don't know if you've already looked at that. I don't know if that's something that's been considered and rejected for one variety or another of reasons. But to me, in the urban design work that we do in our office, it just seems like a fantastic opportunity and could become one of the signature architectural gestures in your whole project. It would be this gateway for the rest of the city to come in to enjoy this great benefit that you're providing. So that's something that I'd strongly advise you to, or encourage you to consider in your ongoing work. I wanted to make just a few other comments in response to the staff's request that we do so, and that is for the art gallery itself. I think, Mr. Mao, your remarks about how you're talking with Sharon about how possibly doing something where both facilities can be somehow supported by your project here, if I understood you correctly. Mm-hmm. I think I agree with that. I think more is better. I think I understand the need for the Art Center to be successful and get as much funding as it can, but I think Emeryville needs to live up to its reputation as an artist community, and then people need to be able to see the art that is being produced here, and they need to have many venues to be able to go to see that art. And I don't think more venues means that they're going to subtract from each other. Usually these galleries start to specialize in one thing or another, and they tend to support one another. They become a destination for the rest of the Bay Area.
No, I think that's good feedback. And then real quickly, if I could just touch on the idea about the connectivity through the building 131. That was a concept that was studied kind of through the processes over the last year or so, and it was more about kind of similar idea, kind of bringing the connectivity in the middle of the site here. The challenges that we run into with building 131 or parcel A is not only is that it's a significant structure kind of from an architectural standpoint, but when you look at it from a commercial use standpoint, what happens is, you know, this building most likely will go to a single commercial office user, and then so not having that connectivity through your building, having that large kind of public opening in the building.
Well, let me respond to that. I've been
challenging, and
you know, I've been designing adaptive reuse buildings for 30 years, and what we have a great word for it in the architectural community. It's called intervention, where you come in and you tear out a whole portion of a building. And I think that what is the floor plate? What is one floor plate? About 30,000?
About 25.
25?
Yeah.
So yeah, it might go to one user. Ideally, from your point of view, it would go to one user, possibly ideally. But it also could potentially go to multiple users. And even as one user, a building that has a central access point could, on its ground floor, could certainly be considered to be a benefit. You could make the second floor a glass walkway going across, and then the third floor could remain intact. So it would literally be bridging over that opening, but still allowing pedestrians and bicyclists to go through, if not emergency vehicles. And then that, of course, would cut through parcel B1 too, which I would then, take the northern half of B1 and just connect it with parcel B2, and that would leave you with a smaller building on the southern edge of parcel B1, which again, I don't know how that works with your pro formas, et cetera, but it's not like it's undoable. So I think that the community-wide and civic benefits of that concept are worth looking at. And again, it might end up that it gets rejected for one reason or another, but I would hate to not have it seriously considered.
Sure. Yeah. No, I think we can study that further.
And so, I think that's about it. But I have one. I want to dare you to do something. I dare you, as part of your building identity package, to have a large sign of a giant can of paint being poured over the entire world.
I think that original sign is still hanging out somewhere.
That can be in the politically incorrect corner of your project.
Only if it's lit in neon.
Right. And it doesn't look at PPP.
Thank you, Mr. Banta, Commissioner Banta. So for my comments, they're going to be kind of elaborate here and et cetera. So I'm thanking again the community for their input and involvement with you in working on this program. I'm appreciative of the staff's time and effort that they've put in. We're working towards a pretty good project here. First of all, I'm going to touch on something that few, if anyone else, has, and it's the activation space on the ground floor. I'm going to ask that you consider that at a minimum you use 8,000 square feet. I don't think that this project is mixed use enough, and I don't think that we're going to get the dynamic, walkable, livable community if our community is mainly more residential. And I think more commercial here will help spur the commercial that's in the southern end of 1500 Park Avenue. So I really want you to look at that, and I'm going to further ask that this be rentable commercial space. And I know this is a contention that Buzz and I really go round and round on, but if we don't provide the commercial space, we're never going to get that coffee bike shop that would be a very cool amenity to this. I would prefer that residential amenities, leasing offices, gyms, live workspace are not considered in that 8,000 square feet, that the activation space is commercial rentable space. As shown, I just don't think that this has, if you put one tenant in parcel A, that's the limit of our mixed use, other than if you go down to your lower limit of 2,000 square feet of use space. So I'd like that to be a consideration, because from the original plan, you were actually proposing over 20,000. And going down from 20 to 8 is pretty low. Going down down to 20 to 2 is really low, especially if you start considering the building amenities, which aren't really community benefits.
Sure. No, that's good feedback.
Can we ask?
Sure.
So one of the challenges one of the reasons we put the range from 2 to 8, because it just depends on where it goes also. It seems like the prime commercial space from our viewpoint would be along Sherwin, particularly right there at the corner, looking at the park, perhaps at the corner of Building C at the park in Hubbard. But it seems like the other part would be along Horton in Building B1. It seems like for commercial space to face the larger community, it's desirable as opposed to be more internal to the project. So then the question goes back to the setback issue of Building B2. If we create a 100-foot setback for that building instead of a 40-foot setback, then the viability of commercial space there may be challenged. Yeah. So I don't know, as we start looking at how to address it, there's competing needs to trying to figure out.
My additional comments might help with that as well. So, but that's understood, and I've thought of that as well. So I'll get to that in a minute. But I believe that the parking in the whole project should not exceed the city maximum, that there should be no compact spaces in the use. You have proposed 650 spaces, and that's spaces for 500 units and 150 for all commercial spaces, of which I believe the commercial spaces should be, as you said, unbundled. For addressing the issues of sprinkler risers, utility boxes, and et cetera, in those spaces, I think that's where you could concentrate your bike parking, put in bike lockers, perhaps motorcycle parking. I think the shorter need spaces can be addressed in other ways, because you put in compact spaces and an SUV will invariably park there and cause problems. It's just nothing prevents them from doing that, so let's just not put it in there. Another thing is the loading and trash areas should follow the city planning regulations. It is my desire as a commissioner to never see dumpsters on the street on trash day. Courtyards at 65th is something I always allude to when we talk about this. But even the new Emmy apartments on 64th Street, they put their trash, they put at least 3 or 4 large dumpsters. Those dumpsters are spilling trash on the streets where they're there. And that happens to be my route to work these days with the public market closed. And those trash dumpsters block the view of cars coming out of the garage, and I'm almost hit there quite often unless I really watch the cars coming out, because they can't see past that. So, and then double parking on Christie Avenue for Emmy and Avenue 64 is commonplace on Saturdays. It doesn't matter if they're supposed to park in the garage or what, they double park for hours on the street. So I really am going to support city's recommendation of trash and loading areas be put in each and every building. The information on the private and common open space at this point in time is too vague for us and too hard to determine any of the negative impacts on the overall open space, the private open space within each building. So I couldn't approve or recommend anything different than the city planning regulations at this time, the 1-for-1 swap out instead of the 2-for-1 that the city recommends at this point, without knowing how you're going to program those spaces and use it. It's something I couldn't see doing in the PUD, but maybe in the FDP we can talk about changing those open spaces. I know it's harder at that time, but to me it's something that we can't put in a program that's not very well defined, and that's what the PUD is at this time. And talking about the bonus points, I'd like to see that you guys work closer with the city. Something that I'm going to get into a little later is I think none of us have discussed the view of the South Bayfront Bridge. That's going to be probably one of the most prettiest bridges in our area, and really the only view of that bridge is going to be from this development site. So I agree with what Maru had said in her statement about clipping the corner of Parcel D. I think it could be clipped enough that would provide more connectivity. Every plan that you had showed prior to this had a visual link from the south end to the north end of this project, and now the building of Parcel D completely blocks that. In addition to a visual connection, I think no one has talked about, and we often forget about, the number of residents that live in Bay Street. There's a big metropolitan apartment complex there. There's condominiums on the Shellmount side. And I think what we want to do is invite those neighbors to to this side of the street. So I think part of what you guys could look at as community benefits is extending a ramp from the pedestrian bridge south into your project, as is similar to the one going north from Horton Landing Park from the pedestrian bridge. So you can meet and work with Charlie. So what we would do is actually come off the bridge, and we would have a Y instead of just a one ramp that goes down, a bike handicap ramp that goes down to north, and then stairs that come out to the east. I think if we had another ramp coming into your project, it's definitely going to tie that project in. And then that's where I get into the fact of having some more businesses that front that western side of it. Once we activate that and you have shoppers and people that live there, we're also going to have a new hotel over in that neighborhood. So if we invite those people to come into this neighborhood and make it more active, we're going to get more people, eyes on the street, and hopefully more customers for those places. So that might be a pretty expensive addition. So I think in the way Maru was talking about, that there's some valuation that equals points. So maybe you could look at that, and that could maybe qualify for all your 50 points. If not, or if that's something you choose not to do, I think that I prefer the idea of paying the fee for the city-owned art center. If you're willing to work with that and adding your own, I think that's fine. But I think Ms. Wiltshire did specify that right now she's desperately looking for a space, and I think that art show every year is the main social event in the city, and for it not to have a permanent home is a problem for us. And I think this community center that we have planned there is really going to be a diamond in our crown. And so I really want to see some money going towards that, so that actually comes to fruition. I agree that making the sidewalks on Hubbard Street and Sherwin is important. So I think that's another place that you could easily look for bonus points. And another thing that is always my diatribe is providing bike lockers in the buildings. Commuters need a place to store their equipment and know that they're going to have a place to park their bike when they come home. And then, as been echoed, I think you need to plan ahead for the car share demand. I know that these companies will make decisions on how many cars they put in place and how many they get used. So if they find that this place is using 2 cars and they need 5, they're going to want 5. And so I would hope that you guys are prepared and ready to allocate that space. There's a new car, or not a new, or there's a car company that's not around here, which I'm surprised at, but you guys could look for a company called Car2Go, and they are an actual one-way, so they're kind of like the bike share program, where you don't have to bring the car back to its location, which is very convenient. And I'm surprised they're in San Diego, but they're not in the East Bay. So I've actually sent them an email today asking about what their plans are for that. I believe that all sidewalks that you develop must meet the city minimum standards, nothing smaller at all. I understand how people feel about existing trees and removing them. I just think that what we've done in the past, the soil is so poor. The sidewalks are getting torn up. So I more or less support the idea of removing the trees, making the proper sidewalks, because the east side of Horton Street will never fix its sidewalks. They'll never develop. Those sidewalks over there are already too narrow. So the only way we're going to get walkable streets, which this is a way I often go to Target and is walking through this neighborhood. So to have adequate sidewalks on that side, in my opinion, is pretty important. I agree with, I think it was Commissioner Kang about the affordable units. I understand, I've had many conversations with Commissioner Bowders about affordable housing and stuff. I feel it is better to integrate everybody throughout the project and not isolate people. I understand the benefits of putting them in their own buildings, such as after-school programs. I think that's one of the ways you guys can activate some of your retail spaces, put an after-school program in a building that everybody in this project and maybe everyone in this neighborhood could share in. But I really think that giving people the identity of you're the low-income people is to me not a very positive thing. So I don't believe we need to do the park programming now. This is a PUD. In helping design the Christie Avenue Park, it's better to put there, this is where the green spaces would be. It's more important once we decide what's going in the building, such as where the retail could be, to what the programming in the park is going to be. It's also, I think it's important to find out if the Horton Landing Park is actually going to touch your property. There's a lot of variables that I think can actually change our programming, and I think this is too early of a phase to put our programming in. And then going into the city recommendations, they have several questions for us. Part of it is the proposed siting of the parcels, buildings, and public open space acceptable. It is acceptable to me, although it's not favorable, especially losing the northwest or the north-south visible connection through the project. But I think if we look at working with Parcel D, we can kind of help that a little bit. Yeah, the park, we've discussed the parking and the trash loading in common space, so that's fine. Preserving the trees on Horton. Yeah, it's fine. The commission agrees. Hubbard Street, so yes. Okay, so it looks like I've touched on most of these items in here, which is good. I do want to talk about the bicycle path along the whole western edge and the BPACs. I agree with the BPAC of not having the planters. Those are now currently in the greenway north of town, and they're pretty much in sad shape between the drought and the usability. There's a lot of dog walkers in there, and that place is really used a lot for a dog latrine more so than a landscaped area. But I would like to open the discussion to talk about not using DG. On that same path, the DG often has large muddy swaths, and people aren't walking through those. They're actually putting bikers, walkers, people with strollers on the cement walkway, and it's really not wide enough for all that unless people are really respectful and sharing. I think this is a nice wide path, and what I'd like to see is that the whole path be made of a permeable, I don't know if pavers would work, but something that's durable, something that won't create mud, but something that bikes and walkers can easily use, and maybe create some kind of a delineation with changing the paver color, maybe a white line down it, maybe put in a symbol of wheels on one side, feet on the other, so people know we're pedestrians and bikers. But I think the path should be consistent all the way through. I don't think a planting strip adds a lot of value other than separating the walkers from the bikers, but that's not often paid attention or adhered to as well. So I'd like to hear what the BPAC thinks of that idea. And I agree basically with all that. Other than that, and this one other thing, I pretty much agree with all the BPAC recommendations. And I think the end of Beach Street is a ways out of this project that I don't think it should be. This project should be forced to consider that. I think what we need to do is address that part of Hubbard Halleck Street when the Pelco building gets developed and some of those other buildings. I think you guys are doing a lot within your project for the biking and pedestrian community, so I think that's not a bone of contention for me to work on Beach Street. And I think we've hit the end. I'm done.
Great,
so is
thank
there
you.
any other comments that anyone came up with?
Chair Keller?
Sure.
I'd like to respond on a couple of points.
Sure.
This project will be subject to the new regulations for multi-unit development, residential development, which includes, of course, the unit mix that requires 50%, no less than 50% to be 2 and 3 bedroom, and no more than 15% of the total to be 3 bedroom. Another one of those requirements is that a condominium map has to be recorded if they're seeking bonus points, which they are. So they did indicate they're going to have a condo map. So they will be required to have a condo map over all the residential buildings. The regulations do allow them to operate the buildings as rental projects, although they have a condo map. So, but there will be a condo map. Perhaps one of the buildings could actually be sold as condominiums while others are rented, but at any rate, that condo map is a requirement. And I also just want to quote something from the affordable housing section of the planning regulations. It says, unless the city finds compelling reasons to the contrary, the rental affordable units shall be dispersed throughout the development. The mix and type of rental affordable units shall be proportionate to those of the project as a whole and shall be comparable with the design of the base level market rate units prior to purchaser funded upgrades in terms of appearance, materials, and quality of finishes. So the basic requirement is that affordable units be dispersed throughout the project unless there are compelling reasons not to do that.
Great. Okay, are there any other comments? Anything you want to add to what we've said? Mr. Ma, anything you'd like to add? Or
No, just appreciate all the feedback. We've got some homework items here, and we'll definitely be studying a lot of your feedback tonight.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your work. Okay, with that, we can move on to commissioner comments. Are there any comments? Hey, welcome. Hi there. Do you have any comments?
So nice to be here.
I
had a lot of comments, but I couldn't talk. We're in commissioner comments. No, I don't think it's inappropriate to just say I enjoyed the process for the last several hours from the gallery.
Nope. Commissioner Benter, any comments?
You know, at our last meeting, or maybe it was 2 meetings ago, the former chair stepped down. Is that right? Was it 1 meeting ago?
Mm-hmm.
Last one.
Yeah. I feel like we missed an opportunity to commend him for the great job he'd done.
I believe he's coming back next month.
He will be back in August because he has an item on the agenda, and you will have an opportunity to roast him at that point.
Perfect.
Our tradition is to prepare a resolution of appreciation for outgoing commissioners, and each commissioner gets to contribute a whereas or two to that resolution. So I will be reaching out to all of you in the next month to help me write that resolution.
But I do appreciate you pointing that out, because I was going to thank him in public for his service, and we're going to miss him greatly.
I actually do have one item for commissioner comments. Just wanted to check in on an old but dear friend of ours at here about signs.
I was going to bring that up too. Thank you.
Signs. So we're supposed to have a sign study session for a while now. I just wanted to see when we're going to do that.
It's on our to-do list. Let me just say that we have been tasked by the City Council with a number of different projects, or when I say we, I mean mainly the City Attorney's Office, but it's you know, the staff in the Community Development Department is working on all of these different things. It's different staff people, so we can handle a number of different projects, but in the City Attorney's Office, it's only 2 of them. So the council has been asked on a number of occasions, what are your priorities in terms of Fair Work Week and tenant protections and short-term rentals and marijuana and all these other things. And they have told us several times that signs are a lower priority than these other things. So they are definitely still on the to-do list. They've kind of been pushed back in the line behind some of these other things, but we are thinking about it.
Is the sign thing particularly something they're going to have to work on as well as us?
It's something that both the City Attorney's Office and the City Council will have to work on, because it will be an amendment to the planning regulations by way of ordinance.
And then just the small business forum.
That likewise is something that has been pushed back a little bit because of these other priorities. We are now hoping to do a joint meeting in October-ish.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we have no more comments, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone.